Imagine a world beneath the waves where light fades into endless darkness and pressure builds to unimaginable extremes. A place so alien that only a handful of machines, and even fewer humans, have dared to venture. For as long as we've sailed the oceans, we've wondered what lay beneath them. And when submarines became more than just a dream, they didn't just change naval warfare. They opened up an entirely new frontier, pushing the boundaries of exploration, survival, and sometimes tragedy. Welcome to Quiet Universe, where tonight we go deep, really deep. From the icy Arctic waters where the USS Nautilus made history, to the crushing depths of the Challenger Deep, where humans first touched the ocean's deepest point. From legendary research subs like Alvin, which uncovered hidden ecosystems, to the tragic failures of vessels like the Thresher and Kursk, which remind us that the deep sea is still one of the most unforgiving places on Earth. Even in recent years, with billionaires and filmmakers joining the race to explore the abyss, the ocean has proven time and again that it doesn't care who you are. It only respects those who are prepared. Some of these journeys ended in triumph, others in disaster. But every submarine expedition has added a chapter to the story of how humans dared to sink beneath the waves, and what they found when they got there. Let's begin. For centuries, the ocean has been one of the last great unknowns, a place of mystery, danger, and discovery. Submarines changed that. These incredible machines allowed us to slip beneath the waves, venturing into places where the pressure is crushing, the light is non-existent, and survival is never guaranteed. Some missions were driven by military ambition, others by pure scientific curiosity, and a few by personal obsession. From the USS Nautilus, the first to reach the North Pole beneath the Arctic ice, to the Trieste, which touched the very bottom of the ocean for the first time, each expedition pushed the limits of what was possible. Some ended in disaster, like the Thresher and Kursk, while others changed the way we understand the deep, like Alvin and the 5 Deeps expedition. Even in the modern era, as seen with the Titan Submersible Disaster, the ocean remains as unpredictable and unforgiving as ever. Each of these journeys tells a story of human ingenuity, courage, and sometimes the high price of venturing into the unknown. And now, let's dive into them, one by one. 1. USS Nautilus, 1958. First submarine to reach the North Pole. The USS Nautilus was not just another submarine. It was a revolution beneath the waves. In 1958, this nuclear-powered behemoth did what no vessel had done before. It traveled under the Arctic ice cap and reached the North Pole. It wasn't a mere flex of technology. It was a demonstration of power, strategy, and human endurance, proving that submarines were no longer just machines lurking beneath familiar waters, but could be unstoppable forces maneuvering through the most inhospitable environments on Earth. At a time when the Cold War was thick with tension, the ability to navigate beneath the Arctic, undetected and unhindered, had implications far beyond exploration. It was about military supremacy, about proving that the United States had an edge in a world where the battleground was shifting beneath the oceans. Moving under the Arctic ice wasn't just difficult. It was something no one was even sure was possible. The ice above was an unbroken ceiling, and traditional submarines relied on surfacing frequently for fresh air and orientation. The Nautilus, however, was nuclear-powered, meaning it could stay submerged indefinitely, a game-changer for underwater travel. But even with its advanced propulsion, navigating in total darkness under a shifting, unpredictable sheet of ice was an entirely new challenge. There was no GPS, no clear maps, only rudimentary sonar systems that had to decipher what was solid ground, what was open water, and what could spell disaster. The crew relied on a combination of gyroscopic compasses, depth measurements, and a fair amount of educated guesswork to make their way forward. Every moment beneath that ice was a test of whether their calculations were right, whether they were heading towards safety or into an inescapable dead end. The risks were immense. The biggest threat was the ice itself. If something went wrong, if the submarine malfunctioned, if they miscalculated their position, if the ice was too thick above them, they had no way to surface. They could be trapped, doomed to drift until their oxygen ran out. And there were countless things that could go wrong. Sonar readings could be inaccurate, mechanical failures could happen at any moment, and the freezing temperatures outside the hull meant that even minor damage could quickly spiral into catastrophe. The Arctic was not a forgiving place, and no one had ever tested a submarine under these conditions before. The crew knew that if they ran into trouble, there was no rescue team coming for them. They were alone in a frozen abyss, pushing into the unknown with nothing but their technology and their training to keep them alive. The journey itself wasn't a long, drawn-out expedition, but it felt like an eternity for those on board. From the time the Nautilus slipped beneath the ice near Alaska to the moment it emerged near Greenland, it took only a few days, 96 hours in total. But within those 4 days, the crew faced a constant battle against uncertainty. The Arctic isn't a calm, predictable place. Ice shifts, water currents pull in unexpected directions, and the landscape below is as alien as the surface of another planet. Every moment required precision, and any mistake could have ended in disaster. The crew had to remain hyper-alert, constantly adjusting to conditions no one had ever encountered before. The psychological toll was just as significant as the physical one. Living in a confined metal tube with no escape route, surrounded by the crushing weight of the ocean and the unyielding ceiling of ice, was a pressure few could truly understand. The Nautilus itself was unlike anything that had come before it. Traditional submarines had always been limited by their need for air. Diesel-electric subs had to surface frequently, making them vulnerable and restricting their operational range. The Nautilus, powered by a nuclear reactor, changed the game entirely. It could generate its own air, purify its own water, and travel indefinitely without surfacing. It wasn't just a submarine. It was the first true underwater warship, capable of staying hidden beneath the ocean for months at a time. That nuclear core made it faster, stronger, and more resilient than anything the world had seen before. It wasn't just an advancement in technology. It was the beginning of an entirely new era in naval warfare. The success of the Nautilus's Arctic mission didn't just make history, it reshaped the future. It proved that submarines could be used in ways no one had imagined before, slipping silently under the ice, unreachable and undetectable. It set the stage for the development of nuclear submarine fleets, for Cold War strategy, for the idea that the oceans, no matter how hostile, could be conquered. And for the men who were on board, those 4 days under the Arctic weren't just about exploration or national pride. They were about survival, about proving what was possible, about pushing the boundaries of human endurance and technological capability. The Nautilus didn't just reach the North Pole. It shattered every expectation of what a submarine could do. The Nautilus wasn't just making history for the sake of it. Every second under the Arctic ice was an opportunity to gather data no one had ever seen before. The Arctic had always been a place of mystery, a frozen wilderness where even surface expeditions struggled to survive. What lay beneath the ice, how thick it really was, how the water moved below it. These were questions no one had solid answers to. The mission gave scientists and military strategists their first real look at the Arctic from below, not from fragmented surface expeditions or aircraft measurements, but from the perspective of a vessel that could navigate beneath it like an underwater scout. One of the biggest revelations was the nature of the ice itself. Before Nautilus, estimates of Arctic ice thickness were just that. Estimates. Some thought the ice cap was a solid, immovable slab stretching endlessly across the pole. Others believed it was thinner and riddled with leads and cracks that could open up at any time. What Nautilus found was something in between. The ice wasn't uniform. It shifted, formed ridges, and varied in thickness dramatically from place to place. Some areas were thin enough that a submarine could theoretically break through, while others were packed so thick that surfacing was out of the question. This was more than just scientific curiosity. For the Navy, it was tactical knowledge. If submarines were going to operate under the Arctic, they needed to know where they could escape if needed. The mission confirmed that the Arctic was unpredictable, constantly reshaping itself, making navigation under it a challenge that no simple map could solve. But ice wasn't the only thing they had to worry about. The water itself was unlike what most submariners were used to. Ocean currents under the Arctic moved differently than in open water, driven by forces not entirely understood at the time. Salinity levels varied, creating layers that could throw off sonar readings. The thermocline, the layer where water temperature changes rapidly, was different from what they had trained for, affecting the way sound traveled. In submarine warfare, knowing how sound moves through water can mean the difference between being undetectable and being an easy target. Every reading they took was another piece of the puzzle, helping the Navy understand what kind of battlefield the Arctic might become in the future. The unexpected was always lurking beneath them, and the mission wasn't without surprises. Sonar readings sometimes gave strange returns, distorted by the unique Arctic conditions. At one point, Shifts in the ice above them raised the unsettling possibility that their escape routes were closing behind them. The ice moved, groaned, and reshaped itself without warning, making them constantly question whether their calculations were holding up. There were moments when the instruments didn't behave the way they were supposed to, when they had to trust instinct and training over numbers flashing on screens. Being the first meant no safety net. Every decision was a leap into the unknown. Beyond the technical and strategic findings, there was the simple but profound realization that the Arctic was not a lifeless void. Even in one of the harshest environments on the planet, there was life. While Nautilus wasn't equipped for deep biological research, its sonar detected movement. Probably schools of fish, maybe even larger creatures navigating the frigid depths. Ice algae and plankton thrived in the dark, clinging to the underside of the ice, feeding microscopic ecosystems that shouldn't have been possible in such a hostile place. These weren't just trivial discoveries. They hinted at an ecosystem more complex than anyone had imagined, one that would go on to shape future Arctic research. If life could exist under such extreme conditions, it raised questions about what else the deep ocean, and maybe even other planets, might be hiding. This mission wasn't just about proving that a submarine could go where none had before. It was about peeling back the layers of one of Earth's last great frontiers, about rewriting what was known about the Arctic, about pushing human understanding one step further into the unknown. Every measurement, every obstacle, every unexpected reading wasn't just a moment in history. It was a glimpse into a world no one had seen before, a place where the rules of the familiar ocean no longer applied. USS Nautilus wasn't just another submarine. It was the first of its kind, a nuclear-powered vessel that could stay submerged longer than any submarine before it. At 320 feet long and displacing around 3,500 tons, it was a steel leviathan built for endurance rather than just stealth. Unlike conventional diesel-electric submarines, which had to surface or use snorkels to recharge batteries, Nautilus was powered by an S-2W nuclear reactor that allowed it to remain underwater for weeks at a time. This wasn't just an improvement. It was a complete revolution in naval warfare. A traditional submarine was still, in many ways, shackled to the surface, but Nautilus could go where it pleased, moving beneath the waves like a true predator, limited only by food and crew endurance rather than fuel or air supply. Its nuclear reactor was the heart of everything. Instead of burning diesel to generate power, it harnessed the energy from a controlled nuclear reaction, heating water into steam to drive turbines. This gave Nautilus an unheard of level of endurance and speed, allowing it to reach over 20 knots submerged, far beyond what any submarine of its era could manage. This meant that for the first time, a submarine wasn't just a defensive weapon. It was something that could actively hunt, travel great distances, and maintain a level of operational secrecy that was previously impossible. The Arctic mission proved just how far that technology could be pushed. Before Nautilus, sending a submarine under the polar ice cap would have been a suicide mission, but the reactor changed that. With an effectively unlimited power source, it had the capability to cross entire oceans without surfacing. Navigation under the ice was an entirely different challenge. The usual techniques, relying on periscopes and surface landmarks, were useless when trapped beneath a shifting ceiling of ice. Sonar was the only way to see, but the Arctic's unique conditions made even that unreliable at times. The submarine relied on an inertial navigation system, which was cutting edge for the time. Instead of using external signals, which could be blocked by the ice, it calculated movement internally, keeping track of its position through accelerometers and gyroscopes. It wasn't perfect. Errors would accumulate over time, but it was the best option they had. Sonar also played a critical role, both in detecting obstacles and mapping the ice thickness above. Passive sonar let them listen for changes in the environment, while active sonar allowed them to gauge distances, though at the cost of revealing their presence. Every ping was a calculated risk, balancing the need to know their surroundings with the need to remain undetected. Communication was another obstacle that had to be overcome. Radio waves don't travel well through water, let alone through the thick Arctic ice, meaning they were largely cut off from the outside world while submerged. Submarines at the time had to rely on extremely low-frequency ELF and very low-frequency VLF signals, which could penetrate the water but were slow and limited in the amount of information they could carry. Messages were short, often just relaying orders or position updates when they could manage a brief connection. There were moments when the crew had to operate entirely on their own, without any direct input from command. A level of autonomy that could be both liberating and unnerving. Safety was a constant concern, especially in such an unforgiving environment. Unlike in open water, where a submarine could emergency surface if needed, the Arctic ice made that impossible. If something went wrong, there was no easy escape. The Nautilus had redundant systems for nearly everything: backup power, oxygen generation, and emergency procedures designed to handle any number of crises. The crew drilled constantly, preparing for fires, leaks, and reactor malfunctions, knowing that any of these could turn into a death sentence if not handled correctly. The reactor itself had multiple safeguards, and despite fears at the time about the risks of nuclear power, it proved to be one of the most reliable systems on board. There were also concerns about ice ridges that could extend far below the surface, acting like underwater mountains that could rip through the hull if they weren't detected in time. The constant tension of navigating through an environment where one miscalculation could be fatal weighed heavily on everyone aboard. The technology behind the Nautilus was groundbreaking, but it wasn't just about the hardware. It was about proving what was possible. The Arctic mission showed that submarines could go anywhere, operate under extreme conditions, and do things no one had ever thought realistic. It wasn't just a test of the submarine. It was a test of human ingenuity, endurance, and the willingness to push beyond the limits of what was thought to be possible. It was the kind of leap that changed everything, not just for naval warfare, but for exploration itself. The USS Nautilus wasn't just an advancement in naval engineering. It was a direct response to the growing paranoia and competition of the Cold War. By the 1950s, the United States and the Soviet Union weren't just trying to outdo each other in nuclear weapons. They were racing to dominate every possible military frontier, including the ocean. Submarines had always been a crucial tool in naval warfare, but they had serious limitations. The traditional diesel-electric subs of World War II had to surface frequently to recharge their batteries, making them vulnerable and predictable. They could sneak up on targets, but they couldn't stay hidden forever. The Soviets were expanding their submarine fleet, and the US needed an edge. Nuclear propulsion was that edge. A submarine that could stay underwater indefinitely, travel vast distances without refueling, and strike from anywhere was the kind of game changer that military strategists dreamed of. This wasn't just about military supremacy, it was psychological warfare. The Cold War was a battle of technological feats. Who had the biggest bomb, the fastest plane, the first satellite in space? The Nautilus was America's way of saying it could take control of the oceans in a way the Soviets couldn't match. The Arctic was a critical zone in this struggle. If a submarine could travel undetected beneath the ice, it could launch missiles from a location that was nearly impossible to defend against. The ability to reach the North Pole wasn't just an exploration milestone, it was a military statement. The Soviets had their own Arctic ambitions, and if they figured out how to send submarines under the ice first, the balance of power could shift dramatically. Before nuclear propulsion, submarines were still shackled to the surface in ways that made true underwater warfare difficult. The best diesel-electric subs could only stay submerged for a couple of days before they needed air, and their speed underwater was painfully slow. These subs had been effective in World War II, but by the Cold War, sonar and radar had advanced to the point where their old tricks wouldn't work against modern navies. Submarines had to become faster, stealthier, and more independent if they were going to survive in a world where detection technology was getting better every year. The Nautilus was the answer. Its reactor meant it never had to surface for air or fuel. It could move at speeds no submarine had reached before, and it was completely self-sustaining in a way that changed underwater warfare forever. As for Arctic exploration, the Nautilus mission stood apart from everything that came before it. Previous Arctic expeditions had been slow, dangerous affairs. Ships trapped in ice, explorers stranded, limited scientific understanding of what lay beneath. Even the idea of taking a submarine under the ice had been a fantasy for most of naval history. Icebreakers and surface vessels had mapped parts of the Arctic, but no one had ever traversed the region like this. The mission wasn't just about proving that a nuclear submarine could do it. It was about showing that the Arctic was no longer an impenetrable frontier. If the US could send a submarine through the ice without detection, it could also send one armed with missiles. That was the real message. This wasn't just another military exercise or another submarine test. It was a statement, a challenge, and a warning wrapped into one. The Cold War was waged in secret, fought not just in direct conflicts, but in breakthroughs like this. And while it might have looked like a historic journey to the public, to the people who were paying attention, it was something much more significant. It was a signal that the rules of naval warfare had just changed, and whoever controlled the deep could control the world. By the late 1950s, the Cold War was turning the entire planet into a strategic chessboard, and the Arctic was one of the most unpredictable squares on that board. The United States needed to prove that its new nuclear-powered submarine technology could go anywhere, especially where no one expected. That was the purpose of Operation Sunshine. Officially, it was a test of endurance and navigation. Unofficially, it was a demonstration of power. If a nuclear submarine could slip undetected beneath the Arctic ice and emerge on the other side, the balance of military strategy would shift in ways that the Soviets couldn't ignore. It wasn't just about proving what the USS Nautilus could do. It was about proving what the next generation of submarines would be capable of. The crew wasn't just embarking on an ambitious mission, they were heading into the unknown. No one had ever done anything like this before. Traditional navigation methods wouldn't work under an ice cap. There were no landmarks, no radio signals, nothing but crushing darkness and ice stretching for miles above them. Every single maneuver had to be calculated with razor-sharp precision, relying on instruments that had never been tested in these conditions. The preparation was exhaustive. Simulations, revised emergency protocols, detailed route calculations, and psychological conditioning. The Arctic wasn't just cold, it was isolating in a way that no other naval mission had ever been. The crew had to be ready for anything, because once they were under the ice, there was no backup, no rescue, and no second chances. The route was mapped out meticulously, but theory only gets you so far when dealing with nature's unpredictability. Nautilus would head from the Pacific, slip under the Arctic ice, navigate through uncharted waters, and finally emerge in the Atlantic. Simple in concept, terrifying in execution. There was no GPS, no easy way to gauge ice thickness, and no room for navigation errors. Even with state-of-the-art sonar, it was like flying a plane blindfolded through a storm. Except in this case, the storm was a maze of underwater ice formations that could crush the submarine like a soda can if the crew made one wrong move. There were moments where things could have gone horribly wrong. Icebergs don't just float on the surface. They extend deep beneath the water, forming massive ice ridges that could be lurking anywhere. The submarine's sensors had to constantly calculate how much clearance they had, and sometimes it wasn't much. More than once, the Nautilus had to carefully adjust depth on the fly, avoiding collisions with underwater ice masses that no one had even known were there. The silence was unsettling. No waves, no daylight, just the distant groaning of shifting ice above them. If anything had gone wrong, if the hull had cracked, or if the reactor had malfunctioned, there was no escape. No one would ever find them. And yet, they pressed on. Hour after hour, mile after mile, deep beneath the ice where no human had ever traveled before. When they finally completed the crossing and surfaced in the Atlantic, the significance of what they had just done began to sink in. The Arctic was no longer an impassable barrier. The United States had proved that submarines could operate anywhere, unseen and undetected. And that meant the rules of global strategy had just changed forever. When the USS Nautilus emerged from beneath the Arctic ice and the mission was declared a success, the impact was immediate and far-reaching. The US government didn't just see this as a naval achievement, it was a geopolitical statement. This was the height of the Cold War, a time when every technological breakthrough was measured not just by its scientific merit, but by how much it could tip the scales of power. The fact that a nuclear submarine had successfully crossed under the North Pole meant that the US had a weapon that could move undetected beneath one of the most strategically sensitive regions on Earth. The Pentagon didn't waste time celebrating. Almost overnight, they began rethinking naval warfare, updating Arctic strategy, and considering what this new level of mobility meant for missile deployment and surveillance. The public reaction was one of awe and excitement. The idea that a submarine could travel unseen beneath a region once considered impassable gave the American people a rare sense of scientific triumph during a time when Cold War tensions loomed over everything. Newspapers were filled with articles praising the bravery of the crew, the brilliance of the engineers, and the boldness of a mission that had rewritten the rules of exploration. The Nautilus had transformed from a mere military vessel into a symbol of human ingenuity, a mechanical leviathan that had conquered the Arctic's frozen underworld. But while the US was celebrating, The Soviet Union saw this as a serious threat. The Arctic had always been a natural barrier, a protective shield of ice that no warship could cross. The assumption had been that any attack on Soviet territory from the north would be virtually impossible. The Nautilus shattered that illusion. If a nuclear-powered submarine could slip under the ice unnoticed, it could potentially launch missiles right at their doorstep before anyone even knew it was there. Soviet intelligence scrambled to assess the implications. They had their own submarine program, but it was clear they were now behind. The Nautilus had changed the game, and Moscow had no choice but to catch up. The result was a massive acceleration in Soviet submarine development, leading to a technological arms race beneath the waves. For the U.S. Navy, the mission proved what nuclear submarines were truly capable of. Before Nautilus, submarines were limited by how long they could stay underwater. Diesel-electric boats had to surface frequently, making them vulnerable. Nuclear power changed everything. Now, a submarine could travel almost indefinitely, slipping through the world's oceans like a ghost. After Nautilus, every major naval power realized that submarine warfare would be the future, and fleets began shifting their focus to nuclear-powered designs. The next generation of submarines would be bigger, faster, quieter, and armed with even deadlier weapons. This mission also shaped the future of Arctic exploration. If a submarine could survive under the ice, then maybe research stations, drilling platforms, and even permanent bases could be established in the region. It wasn't just a military breakthrough. It was a gateway to understanding an environment that had been largely ignored. The mission sparked scientific curiosity, leading to more studies on Arctic conditions, ocean currents, and climate patterns. Decades later, the legacy of the Nautilus still lingers. Today's submarines are direct descendants of that voyage, built with the knowledge that it provided. The fact that modern nuclear submarines patrol under Arctic ice as part of routine operations is a direct result of what was learned on that journey. The success of the Nautilus wasn't just about proving what was possible in 1958. It was about shaping the entire future of naval warfare, Arctic exploration, and global strategy. What started as an experimental journey beneath the ice ended up rewriting the rules of the deep. The USS Nautilus didn't just fade into obscurity after its legendary Arctic journey. Its place in history was already sealed, but its service wasn't over. After proving that nuclear submarines could navigate under the ice, Nautilus continued operating for nearly 2 more decades, serving as a testbed for new submarine tactics, equipment, and strategic operations. It became the blueprint for what the next generation of submarines would look like, showing the world that nuclear-powered vessels were the future. Eventually, in 1980, it was retired, but not forgotten. Instead of being scrapped, it was preserved as a museum permanently docked in Connecticut, where it still sits today, a relic of a time when the depths of the ocean became a new frontier for military dominance and scientific discovery. Visitors can now walk through its narrow corridors, seeing firsthand the cramped conditions in which sailors lived while pushing the boundaries of exploration. The impact of the mission went far beyond one submarine. The U.S. Navy immediately began rethinking Arctic operations, now seeing the frozen North not as an impenetrable barrier but as a viable patrol zone. More nuclear submarines were sent under the ice, each one building on what Nautilus had learned. The ability to hide beneath the Arctic, launch missiles from unexpected angles, and monitor enemy movements in a region previously considered off-limits became an essential part of Cold War strategy. Even today, modern U.S. and Russian submarines regularly operate under the ice, carrying out stealth missions that are a direct result of what was pioneered in 1958. One of the biggest lessons from the Nautilus mission was that navigation in extreme environments required constant technological evolution. Submarines had to develop more sophisticated sonar systems to detect obstacles in the dark, frozen waters, and new techniques were needed to ensure safe surfacing through unpredictable ice layers. These challenges led to advancements in under-ice sonar mapping, satellite tracking, and long-term submerged operations, all of which are still relevant today as submarines continue operating in Arctic and Antarctic waters. Beyond the military world, the Nautilus mission inspired further Arctic exploration, both scientific and industrial. The knowledge gained from that historic journey helped shape future undersea mapping missions, icebreaker navigation, and climate studies. The idea that submarines could function in the Arctic opened discussions about underwater research stations, resource extraction, and deep sea exploration, all of which have since been pursued. The Arctic was no longer just an uncharted wasteland. It was now seen as a region filled with possibilities, whether for military use, environmental study, or economic development. The legacy of the Nautilus mission isn't just in the submarine itself, but in the mindset it created. It showed that even the most hostile and unexplored places on Earth could be conquered with the right technology and determination. Every modern submarine that slips silently beneath the ice owes something to that first journey. It wasn't just a historic moment. It was the beginning of a new era in naval warfare, scientific discovery, and human ambition. The USS Nautilus mission was a triumph of engineering and strategy, but as with any historic event that pushed the boundaries of human capability, it didn't escape speculation, myths, and whispered conspiracy theories. Some people, particularly in the Soviet bloc, doubted whether the mission even happened as described. The idea that a submarine had successfully navigated under the Arctic ice and emerged on the other side seemed almost too perfect, too much of a Cold War propaganda victory for the United States. Some claimed that the mission's details were exaggerated or that the sub never actually reached the pole, just close enough to make a politically useful claim. Others believed there had been classified incidents or near disasters that were covered up to maintain the image of total success. However, no credible evidence ever emerged to support these doubts, and the logbooks, crew testimonies, and later submarine missions confirmed that Nautilus had, indeed, accomplished what was claimed. The crew, despite their rigorous training, faced something far more unnerving than any enemy navy: isolation and uncertainty in one of the most extreme environments on Earth. Unlike most submarine missions, where there was at least some possibility of surfacing in an emergency, the Arctic ice above them was a solid, unpredictable ceiling. That knowledge weighed heavily on many of the men. Claustrophobia was a constant threat, not just from the submarine's tight corridors, but from the awareness that, if anything went wrong, their fate was sealed beneath an endless stretch of ice. Some crew members later spoke of the eerie silence, the way the ice above them creaked and groaned, sometimes making them wonder if they were hearing things or if something truly was shifting dangerously overhead. Others described the strange psychological effect of losing all external reference points, being in an environment where up and down barely seemed to matter, where there was no sun, no horizon, just endless water and metal walls pressing in. For all the tension, there were moments of dark humor and camaraderie. Sailors would joke about what they'd do if they got stuck, mostly things that involved drinking heavily and refusing to think about the ice overhead. One crew member later recalled how, just before reaching the pole, someone started a betting pool on whether they'd actually make it. It was all in jest, but it reflected the fact that even those on board weren't entirely sure they'd succeed. When they finally confirmed they had passed beneath the geographic North Pole, there was no massive celebration. Just relief, quiet excitement, and a deep understanding that they had done something no one else in history had ever done. Beyond the psychological challenges, the mission's success had real geopolitical consequences. The Soviets had already been watching the Nautilus program closely, aware that nuclear-powered submarines represented a fundamental shift in naval warfare. But after Nautilus proved that Arctic ice was no longer an impenetrable barrier, there was genuine alarm in Moscow. If an American submarine could move freely under the Arctic, what stopped it from carrying nuclear missiles right to the Soviet Union's northern doorstep? This accelerated the Soviet nuclear submarine program, leading them to push forward with their own nuclear-powered fleet as quickly as possible. The Cold War was already heating up, but this mission sent a clear message. The U.S. could operate anywhere, even in the most hostile and remote parts of the world. The Arctic, once considered a natural shield, was now a potential battlefield. Even decades later, those who had been on board looked back on the mission as something surreal, a moment in time when they weren't just sailors, but explorers in one of Earth's last untouched frontiers. Some had nightmares about it afterward, dreaming of being trapped under the ice, of running out of oxygen, of hearing the hull crack under the pressure. Others, though, spoke of it as the proudest moment of their lives, a time when they were part of something truly historic, something that changed the world in ways that even they didn't fully understand at the time. 2. Trieste, 1960. First man dived to the deepest point of the ocean. In the cold morning of January 23, 1960, the bathyscaphe Trieste slipped beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, carrying two men into a realm where no human had ever set foot. Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, enclosed in their tiny steel sphere, descended into the unknown, leaving behind the light, the waves, and the world of the living. Their destination was Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the world's oceans, a place so remote and so hostile that it seemed almost untouched by time. As they sank further, the pressure mounted, unseen but relentless, squeezing the submersible with a force beyond comprehension. To understand the sheer scale of what they were attempting, one must consider that Challenger Deep lies nearly 11,000 meters below the surface. So deep that if Mount Everest were placed inside, its peak would still be swallowed by more than 2 kilometers of water. This abyss exerts a pressure of around 1,086 bars, over 1,000 times what we experience at sea level. Every square inch of Trieste's hull endured the weight of several tons, an invisible crushing hand that could obliterate anything unprepared for its grasp. No human, unaided, could survive here. Even the toughest submarines of the era would have crumpled under such stress. Only through remarkable engineering did Trieste manage to withstand the descent. The bathyscape's secret lay in its construction. Instead of using a rigid metal frame to keep buoyancy tanks intact, Trieste was designed with a massive float filled with gasoline, a liquid far less dense than water and immune to compression. Below it hung the pressure sphere, a reinforced steel capsule just big enough for its 2 occupants. The walls were thick, reinforced against implosion, but inside, there was little room to move. A tiny porthole, one of the only views they had of the deep, was made of plexiglass, a material that, under these conditions, visibly bowed inward, as if the abyss were trying to claim them. The descent was not quick. Trieste took nearly 5 hours to reach the seafloor, sinking slowly through the layers of the ocean, moving past the last flickers of sunlight, through the twilight zone, and into complete darkness. There were no sweeping vistas here, no landmarks to track their progress, only the occasional bioluminescent flickers of creatures that had adapted to an existence without light. Then, after hours of descent, the submersible finally reached the bottom, settling gently into the silt. For the first time in human history, living eyes beheld the seafloor of the deepest part of the ocean. But there was no time to linger. Though they had defied the odds and made it safely to the bottom, Trieste was never designed for long-term exploration. A crack in the outer plexiglass window during the descent had served as a grim reminder that even the best engineering could only offer so much protection against the abyss. They spent just 20 minutes at the bottom, taking in the eerie stillness of a place almost no light had ever touched. Then, it was time to return. Unlike the slow, careful descent, the ascent was much quicker. The bathyscaphe released its ballast, iron pellets that had weighed it down, and immediately began rising. Within just 3 hours, Trieste had returned to the surface, emerging from the blackness into a world of wind and waves, sunlight and sound. The mission was a success. The deepest depths had been touched, and humanity had proven that no place was beyond its reach. Yet, despite this historic achievement, decades would pass before another manned mission would attempt the journey to Challenger Deep. The reasons were not simple. The cost was immense, and unlike the space race, there was little political incentive to repeat the dive. The ocean's depths held no flags, no strategic advantage, and for many, no immediate benefit. The technology, while proven, remained specialized and difficult to replicate. More than anything, there was the sheer danger of the descent. One mistake, one flaw in the design, and the pilot would never return. The deep sea, unlike space, offered no rescue, no fallback. You either made it back, or you were lost forever. For over 50 years, Trieste dive remained unmatched. Only in the modern age, with new advancements and private funding, did another human dare to return. The depths of Challenger Deep had remained untouched for so long, not because they were forgotten, but because they served as a reminder. Even in an age of exploration, there are still places where the world holds its secrets close, places where survival is not guaranteed, and where those who venture into the dark must do so with the knowledge that they may never return. For all its desolation, the bottom of the Mariana Trench was not empty. When Jacques Picard and Don Walsh reached the seafloor of Challenger Deep, they found themselves in a world that no human had ever witnessed. Silent, immense, and seemingly untouched. The light from Trieste's small porthole struggled to illuminate anything beyond a short distance, swallowed by the crushing darkness of the abyss. The sediment beneath them was fine and powdery, disturbed by the currents and the gentle landing of their submersible. It was a place of extreme isolation, yet it was not entirely devoid of life. One of the most astonishing moments came when they spotted movement. A flatfish-like creature, possibly a form of deep-sea sole or flounder, swam across the sediment, proof that even at this crushing depth, life endured. This was an unexpected and controversial sighting. At over 10,900 meters below the surface, the pressure should have made complex life nearly impossible, yet here was something moving, something that seemed at home in the very pit of the ocean. Other small creatures, possibly shrimp like amphipods, were also observed. This single moment challenged long-standing theories that such depths were completely barren, a lifeless desert where nothing but microbes could survive. Before this mission, the dominant assumption was that the extreme pressure and lack of nutrients would prevent anything more than microscopic organisms from existing at these depths. The sight of larger marine life forced scientists to reconsider the limits of biological endurance. If complex organisms could survive here, then what else might be lurking in the unseen corners of the abyss? The dive hinted at a vast, unexplored ecosystem, one that science had barely begun to understand. Beyond biological mysteries, the ocean floor itself told its own silent story. The terrain was not as jagged or mountainous as some had predicted, but instead covered in fine sediment, shaped by the slow settling of particles from above. There were no signs of volcanic activity in the immediate area, though the Mariana Trench itself is part of a tectonically active region, where the Pacific Plate is being forced beneath the Philippine Plate. However, the seafloor was not static. It shifted subtly, shaped by forces too vast to perceive in a single moment. No towering rock formations greeted them, only an alien landscape sculpted by pressures beyond imagination. Yet, for all that they saw, much remained unknown. The descent had taken hours, and their time at the bottom was brief, just 20 minutes. There was no chance for further exploration, no time to gather detailed samples or test for unseen life forms. What they witnessed was only a fleeting glimpse of a world that had existed unchanged for millions of years. The greatest mysteries of the deep remained untouched, waiting for the next daring explorers to return and uncover what still lay hidden beneath the waves. The Trieste was not a submarine in the traditional sense, but a bathyscaphe, a deep diving vessel designed specifically for extreme depths. Unlike submarines, which rely on rigid pressure hulls and controlled ballast systems, the Trieste used a unique combination of buoyancy principles to survive its journey into the abyss. Its most defining feature was the massive float chamber above the crew sphere, filled with gasoline. This was no arbitrary choice. Gasoline is far less dense than water and, more importantly, does not compress under pressure. Unlike air-filled tanks, which would be crushed at great depths, the gasoline retained its volume, ensuring that the bathyscaphe remained buoyant even as it descended deeper than any vessel before it. Beneath this massive float was the true heart of the Trieste, the pressure sphere. Just over 2 meters in diameter, this thick-walled steel chamber housed Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, their only sanctuary in a world of crushing pressure. The walls of the sphere were constructed from special high-strength steel, designed to endure the unimaginable force of the deep ocean. Every square inch of its exterior withstood a weight greater than that of a commercial jetliner. Yet inside, the atmosphere remained safe and stable. There was no room for excess. The space was cramped, allowing just enough room for the two men, their controls, and a small viewport to observe the descent. That viewport was made of thick plexiglass, a material that, while strong, visibly bowed inward under the immense external pressure, a constant reminder of the hostile world pressing in around them. Communication was another challenge. Radio signals do not travel well through water, and at extreme depths, even wired connections can be unreliable. The Trieste relied on sonar-based messaging to communicate with the surface ship above. Every message sent was slow and deliberate, each response taking time to travel between the vessel and the support crew waiting above. There was no real-time conversation, no margin for error. Only methodical updates confirming that they were still descending, still functioning, still alive. Redundancy and safety were paramount. Unlike a typical submarine, the Trieste did not rely on mechanical pumps or active systems to resurface. Instead, it carried a ballast system of iron pellets held in place by electromagnets. In the event of a failure, should the power fail, should something go wrong, these pellets would be automatically released, making the vessel instantly buoyant. There was no need for human intervention, no reliance on complex machinery that could break down under pressure. This simple, foolproof system ensured that no matter what happened, Trieste would rise back to the surface. It was an elegant design, built not on excess but on necessity, stripping away everything but the essential. For all its strength, the Trieste was not invincible. The dive to Challenger Deep was not without risk, and during the descent, a loud crack echoed through the pressure sphere, a sign that one of the outer plexiglass panels had fractured. Though the inner hull remained intact, it was a reminder that no engineering was perfect, that the deep ocean was unforgiving. There were no escape routes, no rescue options. If something catastrophic had happened, Picard and Walsh would have simply vanished into the abyss, their fate sealed in a place where no one could follow. But the design held, the mission succeeded, and Trieste emerged from the deep as one of the greatest feats of engineering ever built. The mid-20th century was an era of unprecedented exploration, not just into space, but into the last great uncharted frontiers of Earth. The deep ocean, vast and largely unknown, remained one of the planet's final mysteries. While humans had mapped continents and climbed the highest mountains, the depths of the sea were still an alien world, barely touched by science. The push for deep-sea exploration in the 1960s was driven by a combination of scientific curiosity, military interests, and the broader technological rivalry of the Cold War. Governments and scientists alike recognized that the oceans were not just a passive expanse of water, but a domain that could hold strategic and scientific secrets. Submarine warfare had already played a crucial role in World War II, and with the rise of the Cold War, the deep ocean became a place of increasing military significance. Understanding it, its geography, its pressures, its hidden ecosystems, was no longer just an academic pursuit, but a matter of national security. The Trieste dive in 1960 took place at a time when Cold War competition was accelerating technological advancements at an astonishing pace. Just 3 years earlier, the Soviet Union had launched Sputnik, marking the beginning of the space race. The United States, eager to demonstrate its own technological superiority, was investing heavily in both space and deep-sea research. While much of the attention was focused upward, on rockets and satellites, there was also a growing realization that dominance beneath the waves was just as important. Nuclear submarines were becoming a key part of military strategy, and the ability to navigate and understand the deep ocean was critical. The Trieste expedition was partly a demonstration of American capability. Though the vessel itself had originally been designed by Swiss scientist Auguste Piccard, it was acquired and modified by the U.S. Navy, which saw potential military applications in its ability to reach extreme depths. Before the Trieste dive, deep-sea exploration was still in its infancy. Previous expeditions had gone deep, but nothing had approached the depths of Challenger Deep. The few attempts that had been made relied on primitive submersibles, often tethered to the surface, unable to withstand the full force of the ocean's crushing pressure. Most of what was known about the deep sea came from dredging operations, where scientists hauled up samples of sediment and occasional deep-sea creatures, or from sonar mapping, which could reveal the contours of the ocean floor but not the world that existed within it. There was no proof of life at the greatest depths, no certainty about what conditions were truly like below thousands of meters of water. The Trieste dive was the first real step into that unknown, a chance to see firsthand what lay at the very bottom of the planet. Other nations were also beginning to recognize the significance of deep-sea exploration, though no one had yet matched the ambition of Trieste. The Soviet Union, while focused primarily on space, had a growing submarine program and was conducting deep-sea research of its own. There were concerns that the Soviets might attempt a similar dive, or that they could use their technological advances to gain an advantage in undersea warfare. The race to explore the depths was quieter than the race to the moon, but it was no less important in the geopolitical landscape of the time. In the years following Trieste's success, deep-sea exploration would continue, though at a slower pace compared to the rapid advancements in space travel. It would be decades before another manned mission returned to Challenger Deep, but the significance of that first journey remained undeniable. A moment when humans, for the first time, touched the absolute depths of their own world. The journey of Trieste to the bottom of the Mariana Trench was not just a matter of descending into darkness. It was the culmination of years of engineering, preparation, and careful planning. The submersible itself, designed by Auguste Piccard and later acquired by the U.S. Navy, was never meant to sit idly in a lab. It was built for the sole purpose of surviving the most extreme environment on Earth. To reach Challenger Deep, the Trieste was transported by ship from San Diego, California, across the vast Pacific Ocean. The final destination was the waters near Guam, where the Mariana Trench lay waiting. A chasm deeper than any mountain is tall, a place untouched by human presence. The logistics alone were a challenge. Every component had to be checked, rechecked, and secured, because once Trieste was in the water, there would be no room for failure. Jacques Picard, the son of Trieste's designer, and Don Walsh, a U.S. Navy lieutenant, were the men chosen for the dive. Their training was unlike anything a traditional pilot or astronaut might undergo. There was no precedent for this kind of mission, no previous human experience at such crushing depths. Instead, their preparation involved rigorous study of the submersible's mechanics, deep-sea physics, and emergency procedures. They spent countless hours inside Trieste while it was still on the surface, familiarizing themselves with the controls, the limited communication systems, and the escape protocols. Though the reality was grim, if something went wrong at the bottom, there would be no rescue. The immense pressures would allow for no second chances. Physical endurance was not the concern. The real test was psychological. They had to remain calm in an environment where any malfunction would be fatal, in a steel sphere barely large enough to move inside, knowing that above them lay a column of water more than 10,000 meters deep. The risks were many, and they loomed large in every calculation made before launch. The pressure at the bottom would reach over 1,000 times the standard atmospheric pressure, a force capable of crushing metal, let alone human bodies. Structural failure of the vessel was the greatest danger. Even the smallest crack in the thick steel sphere would be enough to implode it instantly. There was also the issue of temperature. The deep sea is near freezing, and the electrical systems had to function despite the cold. Communication with the surface was another potential failure point. The team relied on an underwater telephone system, but at such depths, signals could easily be lost. If they descended and were unable to communicate, those on the surface would have no way of knowing if they were alive or if they had perished in the abyss. As the dive began, Trieste slowly slipped beneath the waves, sinking with a controlled descent toward the deepest place on Earth. The ballast system, filled with gasoline to ensure buoyancy, worked as designed, but the journey was far from smooth. About halfway down, at around 9,000 meters, the two men heard a sharp, loud crack reverberate through the hull. It was the unmistakable sound of something breaking under pressure. The shock of the noise in such a confined space was terrifying. They quickly checked their instruments, searching for signs of a breach, expecting at any moment that the submersible might begin to fail. The crack, it turned out, came from one of the outer plexiglass viewing panels on a non-essential part of the vessel, which had shattered under the strain. Though Trieste was still intact, it was a stark reminder of just how little room there was for error. They continued downward, but the psychological weight of that sound lingered. Proof that even the best engineering was not immune to the crushing grip of the deep. Despite the risks, they made it. Trieste touched down on the silty floor of Challenger Deep after nearly 5 hours of descent, becoming the first and only manned vessel to do so for decades. The return journey was faster. By releasing ballast, the submersible began its ascent, rising toward the surface with a kind of quiet inevitability. They had gone where no one had gone before, where no human had any right to exist and live to tell the story. The dive was a triumph, not just of technology, but of human endurance, a single moment in history where two men sat at the very bottom of the world and proved that even the deepest ocean could be reached. The descent of Trieste into Challenger Deep was a historic achievement, but it did not instantly capture the world's imagination the way a moon landing or a space mission might have. The scientific community, however, understood the magnitude of what had just been accomplished. For oceanographers and engineers, it was proof that humanity could reach the deepest corners of the planet, that the abyss was not entirely beyond our grasp. The dive shattered many lingering assumptions about the deep sea. It confirmed that even at such crushing pressures, life could persist, and it demonstrated that technology, if designed with the right ingenuity, could survive in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. Researchers who had only theorized about the deep ocean now had real data, a glimpse into a world that had remained untouched for billions of years. It was a moment that should have ignited a new era of deep-sea exploration, yet the reaction was not as immediate or as overwhelming as it should have been. Public interest was fleeting. Unlike space exploration, which was deeply intertwined with Cold War politics and global prestige, the bottom of the ocean did not seem to carry the same weight. The world was locked in a race to the stars, and the deepest point of the ocean, despite being just as unexplored, did not hold the same allure. News of Trieste's success was covered, but it was not a front-page event. There were no grand parades, no widespread celebrations. It was an astonishing achievement, but it lacked the spectacle that kept audiences captivated. For most people, it was an abstract victory, one that they could not see, touch, or truly grasp. Space had a clear narrative, humans reaching for something beyond Earth, the promise of a future among the stars. The deep ocean, by contrast, was a world of darkness and isolation, and that made it difficult to romanticize. Despite the lukewarm public reaction, the dive's impact on future deep-sea exploration was undeniable. It proved that manned missions to extreme depths were possible, but ironically, it also highlighted just how difficult and costly they were. Unlike space missions, which had an entire infrastructure built around them, deep-sea exploration remained on the fringes of government and scientific priorities. After Trieste, the world did not rush to send more missions to Challenger Deep. Instead, decades passed before another human being would follow in its path. Funding dried up, and interest shifted elsewhere. Robotic submersibles became the preferred method of exploration as they were cheaper, safer, and did not require life support systems. The success of Trieste made further manned missions seem both achievable and unnecessary at the same time. For years, it seemed as if Trieste's achievement would remain a singular event, a moment in history with no immediate successor. There was no great follow-up mission, no grand initiative to map the deepest trenches in detail. It was only in the 21st century that renewed interest emerged, with James Cameron's solo descent in Deep-Sea Challenger and later commercial and scientific expeditions revisiting the depths. In hindsight, Trieste was not just a pioneering mission. It was an isolated one, a proof of concept that remained unmatched for over 50 years. The ocean's greatest depths had been reached, but for a long time, no one seemed particularly eager to return. After its legendary descent into Challenger Deep, Trieste did not simply fade into obscurity. The submersible, a vessel that had reached the deepest place on Earth, was not dismantled or forgotten but continued to serve in various capacities. Following its 1960 dive, it was modified for further deep-sea research under the U.S. Navy. It played a role in investigating the wreckage of the USS Thresher, a nuclear submarine that tragically sank in 1963. Eventually, Trieste was retired, and today it resides at the National Museum of the U.S. Navy in Washington, D.C., a relic of an era when humanity first touched the ocean's true depths. Though its time in the water ended, its legacy endured in the minds of engineers and scientists who would build upon its design. The success of Trieste laid the groundwork for modern deep-sea exploration. It proved that human-operated vessels could survive the crushing pressures of the abyss, inspiring the creation of new submersibles like Alvin. Unlike Trieste, which was a one-time record-setter, Alvin was designed for repeated missions, making deep-sea exploration more practical. It allowed scientists to spend more time in the depths, studying hydrothermal vents, marine life, and the geology of the ocean floor. Without Trieste proving that extreme depths were not an impenetrable barrier, there might never have been the push to design such submersibles. The path from Trieste to Deep-Sea Challenger was a long one, but every deep-diving vehicle that followed carried part of its legacy. Despite the groundbreaking nature of the 1960 dive, it took over half a century before another human returned to Challenger Deep. The reason was not just technological but financial and psychological. The space race dominated funding and public imagination, while the deep ocean remained an afterthought. Sending a person into the abyss was possible, but no one wanted to bear the cost. Unlike space exploration, which had the backing of powerful governments and national pride, deep-sea missions had no geopolitical stakes. They were expensive, dangerous, and lacked a clear return on investment. For decades, robotic submersibles took over deep ocean exploration, making human presence seem unnecessary. It was only when James Cameron, driven by personal ambition and curiosity, decided to fund his own mission that another manned descent became a reality. The Trieste mission left behind a profound impact on oceanography, even if it was not immediately followed by a new era of deep-sea exploration. It demonstrated that life existed in the deepest parts of the ocean, challenging old assumptions about the deep being barren. It provided insight into the geology of the trenches, shaping our understanding of plate tectonics and subduction zones. More than anything, it proved that the ocean's greatest depths were within reach. Even if it took decades for another person to return, The knowledge gained from Trieste ensured that humanity had not simply glanced into the abyss and turned away. It had left a marker, a promise that one day we would return. The dive of Trieste into Challenger Deep became the stuff of legend, and like all great achievements, myths and misconceptions surrounded it. Some early reports exaggerated what Picard and Walsh had seen, with claims of monstrous deep-sea creatures lurking in the abyss. In reality, the crew saw a flat, featureless ocean floor and, remarkably, a small fish, possibly a flatfish or a sea cucumber. This discovery alone was enough to overturn assumptions that life could not exist under such crushing pressure. Some also believed that the bathyscaphe had been at risk of imploding at any moment, but while the mission was dangerous, the vessel was designed precisely for such extremes. The engineering was sound, though not without its complications. Spending hours in a cramped steel sphere, suspended in near-total darkness with the knowledge that no rescue was possible if something went wrong, took a psychological toll. Picard and Walsh were not ordinary men. They were trained for high-stress situations, but even they were not immune to the gravity of their undertaking. There was a point of no return as they descended, a realization that they were venturing into a place no human had ever been. Communication with the surface was sporadic, the silence of the deep pressing in on them. Yet they remained focused, knowing that fear could not overtake reason. The sheer isolation of being nearly 7 miles beneath the ocean's surface, cut off from the rest of humanity, was something few can comprehend. There was one moment during the descent that sent a ripple of tension through the cramped sphere. A loud crack echoed through the chamber, a sound no one ever wants to hear when surrounded by the crushing weight of the ocean. One of the outer plexiglass viewports had fractured under the immense pressure. It was not a catastrophic failure, but it served as a chilling reminder of how hostile their environment was. If anything more had gone wrong, they would have had no escape. Fortunately, Trieste held together, and the mission continued. This incident was later studied in depth, influencing the materials and designs of future deep-sea vehicles. In the decades since Trieste touched the deepest known part of the ocean, research has expanded our understanding of Challenger Deep in ways that Picard and Walsh could only have dreamed of. Robotic submersibles and modern deep-diving vehicles have mapped the trench with far greater precision, revealing a world more dynamic than previously thought. The discovery of deep-sea microbes thriving in such an extreme environment has opened new questions about life's resilience and even the possibility of extraterrestrial life in similar conditions, such as on Europa or Enceladus. The trench is not a silent, lifeless void. It is an evolving world, shaped by unseen geological forces and inhabited by creatures adapted to pressures that would crush anything unprepared. What Trieste accomplished was more than just a descent. It was a statement, a declaration that human curiosity could reach the most forbidding corners of our own planet. Every new discovery in Challenger Deep, every unmanned probe that follows its path, carries a shadow of that first journey. 2 men, suspended in darkness, pressing against the edge of the unknown. 3. USS Thresher Disaster, 1963. The deepest lost submarine. The USS Thresher was more than just a submarine. It was a technological marvel, a Cold War-era vessel designed to operate deeper and more stealthily than its predecessors. Commissioned in 1961, it was the lead ship of a new class meant to redefine undersea warfare. Yet, on April 10, 1963, during a routine deep diving test, something went horribly wrong. The submarine, carrying 129 men, vanished beneath the waves, lost to the crushing depths of the Atlantic. The tragedy would go down as the deadliest submarine disaster in U.S. history. When Thresher descended past 1,300 feet, a depth already pushing the limits of its structural integrity, an issue arose. Investigators later pieced together a likely scenario: a pipe joint failed, possibly due to a flaw in the welding. The failure allowed water to rush in, shorting out electrical systems and leaving the submarine powerless. With no propulsion, it began sinking uncontrollably, falling past its crush depth. The deeper it went, the greater the pressure. At over 2,400 feet, the force pressing against the hull was immense, exceeding 5,500 pounds per square inch. It was more than steel could withstand. In an instant, the implosion came. It wasn't just a slow collapse, but a violent, near instantaneous destruction. The pressure difference was so extreme that the entire vessel was reduced to debris in less than 1/10 of a second. The human brain couldn't process an event that fast. For those aboard, there was no time to react, no moment of realization. Death came instantly, bodies and metal crushed in the blink of an eye. The implosion sent shockwaves through the water, and all that remained of Thresher drifted downward, scattered across the ocean floor. For months, the wreckage remained elusive. In 1964, deep-sea exploration using the bathyscaphe Trieste confirmed what had been feared. Thresher lay in pieces nearly 8,400 feet down, far beyond the reach of any immediate recovery efforts. The remains were spread across a vast area, evidence of the immense forces that had torn the vessel apart. Survival in such an event was not just improbable, it was impossible. At those depths, water behaves less like a liquid and more like an all-encompassing force, relentless and unforgiving. There was no escape, no emergency surfacing that could have saved them. The odds weren't just slim, they were non-existent. The loss of Thresher sent shockwaves through the Navy, leading to the SubSafe program, a rigorous set of safety protocols that reshaped submarine engineering. But for the families of the 129 men lost, no safety program could undo what had happened. Their loved ones were gone, consumed by the depths, victims of a disaster that unfolded faster than the human mind could comprehend. The loss of the USS Thresher was more than just a tragedy. It was a mystery buried beneath miles of ocean, a puzzle left in shattered fragments on the seafloor. In the aftermath, investigators had only radio transmissions, engineering reports, and the wreckage itself to reconstruct what had gone so terribly wrong. What they found pointed to a sequence of failures, each compounding the next, leading to an inevitable and catastrophic end. One of the most critical revelations was the likely failure of a silver-brazed pipe joint in the ship's engine room. This was not an arbitrary weak spot. It was part of a known issue within the submarine community, a concern raised even before Thresher set sail. When a high-pressure seawater pipe failed, it allowed water to pour into the submarine, triggering electrical failures that left the vessel powerless. Without propulsion, Thresher was at the mercy of gravity, sinking deeper and deeper past the point of no return. There were signs of trouble before the implosion, but they weren't frantic distress calls or desperate last words. Just technical reports, calm but laced with growing concern. In the moments before the submarine was lost, radio transmissions from the USS Skylark, the surface vessel monitoring the test dive, captured fragmented messages, a reference to minor difficulties, a statement about trying to blow ballast tanks, and then, chillingly, silence. The attempt to surface using emergency measures failed, likely because ice had formed in the compressed air lines, preventing the rapid ascent that could have saved them. It was a fatal flaw no one fully anticipated, a small detail that sealed the fate of 129 men. The wreckage told a story that no surviving witness could. Found nearly 8,400 feet below the surface, it was not just broken but obliterated, scattered across the seabed in pieces so small and twisted that recovery was impossible. There was no sign of an explosion, no gradual collapse, just the unmistakable violence of an implosion under extreme pressure, confirming that death had come instantly. Each fragment of the hull bore the marks of forces beyond human comprehension, steel crushed as if it were paper, machinery warped into unrecognizable forms. The disaster forced a brutal reckoning with the vulnerabilities of nuclear submarines. At the time, these vessels were seen as nearly invincible, equipped with advanced technology and cutting-edge engineering. But Thresher's fate revealed hidden dangers: weak welds, untested emergency systems, and the lethal consequences of underestimating the unforgiving depths. It was a reminder that even the most advanced machines were still subject to the raw, relentless physics of the deep ocean. Could it have been prevented? With hindsight, the answer is haunting. Engineers had already suspected issues with silver-brazed piping, but the urgency of the Cold War meant pushing forward despite concerns. The flaw in the emergency ballast system, the ice blockage, was not widely understood, but once identified, it became a glaring oversight. Thresher was, in many ways, a victim of its era, a time of rapid innovation where safety sometimes lagged behind ambition. The lessons from its loss reshaped submarine design and led to the SubSafe program, a rigorous standard that has, to this day, prevented another such disaster. But for the men aboard, those changes came too late. Their fate was sealed the moment that first drop of seawater breached the hull, setting off a chain reaction no one could stop. USS Thresher wasn't just another submarine. It was meant to be the future of undersea warfare. Faster, quieter, and capable of diving deeper than its predecessors. It was built with a streamlined hull, an advanced sonar system, and a nuclear reactor that gave it virtually unlimited range. It was designed to operate undetected, outpacing threats and pushing the boundaries of what submarines could do. But for all its advancements, there were vulnerabilities hidden beneath the surface. Weaknesses that would only become clear when it was too late. The catastrophe began with a small failure, something that shouldn't have doomed an entire vessel. A silver-brazed pipe joint in the engine room likely gave way under pressure, allowing seawater to flood in. In most cases, such a failure could be contained, but here, it triggered a chain of events that left the submarine powerless. Water shorted electrical circuits, knocking out systems crucial for control and propulsion. The nuclear reactor, designed with multiple safety mechanisms, automatically shut down. A protective measure, but one that left Thresher dead in the water. Without power, there was no way to drive upward, no way to fight the slow, inevitable descent into deeper, crushing darkness. Thresher had emergency ballast tanks meant to bring it to the surface in a crisis. But even those failed. When the crew attempted to blow the tanks, the compressed air needed to force out the water failed to do its job. Investigators later determined that moisture in the airlines likely froze at high pressure, clogging the system with ice. It was an obscure but devastating flaw, one that meant their last, best hope of escape simply didn't work. The submarine continued its fall past the point where the hull could hold together. At around 2,400 feet, the crushing force of the ocean tore through the steel, collapsing the vessel in an instant. The disaster forced a reckoning with submarine design and safety. Weak piping, unreliable emergency systems, and assumptions about survivability were all brought under scrutiny. In response, the Navy launched the SubSafe program, a rigorous overhaul of construction, testing, and emergency procedures. Today's submarines are built with reinforced hulls, strict quality control on every component, and emergency systems designed to work under the most extreme conditions. The issue of freezing airlines was addressed, ensuring ballast tanks could always be blown clear. Modern reactor safety systems are designed to balance protection with continued operation in emergencies, reducing the risk of being stranded without power. No one on Thresher had a chance to escape, but their loss reshaped the way submarines are built. The technology they helped pioneer was refined, strengthened, and made reliable in ways that have prevented another disaster like it. Yet, for all the advancements, the ocean remains as unforgiving as ever. The lessons of Thresher endure not just in blueprints and safety checklists, but in the hard truth that even the most advanced machines are still at the mercy of forces far greater than themselves. The USS Thresher was not just another submarine. It was supposed to be the future. At the height of the Cold War, the United States needed a fleet that could stay hidden, strike fast, and operate deeper than ever before. Thresher was built for that mission. It was the first of its class, engineered with a sleek, hydrodynamic hull and an advanced sonar system that could detect enemies before being detected itself. With a nuclear reactor providing unlimited range, it wasn't just a war machine. It was a statement, a demonstration of technological dominance in an era where power was measured in what lay beneath the ocean's surface. But the same urgency that pushed Thresher into service also shaped the world it sailed in. The Cold War wasn't just a backdrop. It was the driving force behind nearly every decision in submarine development. The US and the Soviet Union were locked in a silent arms race below the waves, each trying to build faster, quieter, deadlier submarines. There was no time for hesitation. Every advancement had to be implemented quickly, every setback treated as a problem to be solved, not a reason to slow down. Testing was rigorous, but not always thorough. The push to outpace the enemy sometimes meant pushing ahead with designs that weren't fully understood, with safety concerns noted but not always prioritized. There had been warnings, if anyone had been willing to see them. Submarine accidents were not unheard of, though none as catastrophic as what was about to happen. In 1950, the USS Cochino, another nuclear submarine, suffered a battery explosion and nearly sank. In 1955, the USS Stickleback was lost after surfacing too close to another vessel. These incidents were smaller in scale, recoverable, but each one hinted at the dangers lurking in the depths. More than that, there was a grim lesson from the past, the loss of the USS Nautilus in 1939. It had suffered a mechanical failure and sank, trapping its crew on the seafloor. Some survived, rescued in a painstaking operation that took days. But in 1963, deep-sea rescue technology had not advanced much beyond what had been available 2 decades earlier. Submarines had evolved, pushing deeper, but rescue methods had not kept pace. If a vessel like Thresher failed at depth, there was little anyone on the surface could do. When Thresher was lost, it shook more than just the Navy. It forced a reckoning with nuclear-powered submarines themselves. These vessels had been seen as near invincible, capable of outlasting anything conventional submarines could endure. But Thresher's fate proved otherwise. It showed that nuclear propulsion did not make a vessel immune to fundamental mechanical failures, that even the most advanced technology could be undone by something as simple as a failed pipe joint or a frozen air line. The loss of 129 men made the dangers real in a way that no theoretical risk assessment ever could. In the end, the disaster didn't halt the development of nuclear submarines, but it did change the way they were built, tested, and understood. The ocean was still a battlefield, still a frontier that had to be mastered. But Thresher was a warning, a reminder that, for all the ambitions of the Cold War, there were forces at play that cared nothing for politics, power, or progress. USS Thresher entered the water on July 9, 1960, with the promise of revolutionizing undersea warfare. It was the first of a new class of attack submarines designed to dive deeper, detect threats faster, and operate with a level of stealth unmatched by previous vessels. Built for hunting enemy submarines, it was meant to prowl the depths, listening, tracking, and striking when necessary. Every inch of its design reflected Cold War urgency. An arms race fought not just on land and in the skies, but in the unseen world beneath the ocean. After years of testing and refinements, Thresher was finally ready for its final round of deep diving trials. On April 10, 1963, Thresher set out for what should have been a routine test. Accompanied by the submarine rescue ship USS Skylark, it descended into the cold Atlantic waters off the coast of Cape Cod. The goal was simple but crucial: to test the submarine's ability to function at extreme depths. These trials were meant to push the limits, simulating the conditions it would face in real operations. Engineers and specialists were on board alongside the Navy crew, monitoring every system, ensuring that the vessel performed as expected. Among them was Commander John Wesley Harvey, the commanding officer responsible for overseeing the test and the safety of everyone on board. There were also engineers from the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, the people who had designed and built Thresher, there to witness their creation in action. Everything seemed normal at first. Thresher descended to its test depth, maintaining contact with Skylark. But then, something changed. A garbled message came through the underwater telephone, something about experiencing minor difficulties. The exact wording is lost to history, but the meaning was clear. Something was wrong. Over the next few minutes, fragmentary transmissions hinted at a struggle. There was talk of attempting to blow the ballast tanks, the emergency system meant to force the submarine back to the surface. But instead of a controlled ascent, nothing happened. The submarine remained deep, trapped in an invisible downward pull. The most likely cause was a leak, a small failure in the high-pressure piping system, allowing seawater to flood in. At such depths, even a minor breach could be disastrous. Water would have sprayed in at incredible force, shorting electrical systems and possibly causing the nuclear reactor to shut down. The reactor was designed to fail safe, turning off automatically in an emergency. But without power, Thresher had no propulsion, no way to fight against gravity. The crew tried to use the ballast tanks to surface, but moisture in the compressed air system had likely frozen, clogging the valves. There was nothing they could do. Skylark, still waiting above, listened as the transmissions from Thresher became more strained. Then, there was silence. Moments later, underwater hydrophones picked up a sound unlike any other. A rapid series of low-frequency pulses, unmistakable to those who understood them. It was the sound of a submarine imploding, crushed by the immense pressure of the deep ocean. The entire event lasted only a fraction of a second. The hull, designed to withstand thousands of pounds of pressure, had finally reached its limit. There was no time for escape, no chance for survival. Weather conditions that day were clear, with no external environmental threats. This wasn't a storm-driven accident or an attack. It was a failure of systems, an accumulation of small vulnerabilities that, under the right conditions, led to a catastrophe. The very technology that made Thresher so advanced had also made it more complex, more reliant on every part functioning perfectly. On that day, one failure led to another, and in the depths of the Atlantic, A crew of 129 men vanished, leaving behind only questions, wreckage, and a tragedy that would change the course of submarine safety forever. The loss of USS Thresher sent shockwaves through the U.S. Navy, the government, and the public. Nuclear submarines were supposed to be the pinnacle of modern engineering, symbols of American strength and technological superiority. Yet, in a matter of moments, one of the most advanced submarines ever built had simply disappeared beneath the waves, leaving behind nothing but silence. The Navy's response was swift, but not without hesitation. There was no precedent for something like this. Official statements were careful, acknowledging the tragedy without immediately admitting to any failures. Investigations were promised, but answers were scarce in those first few days. For the families of the 129 men lost, the uncertainty was unbearable. They had been assured that these submarines were nearly unsinkable, that their loved ones were serving aboard one of the safest vessels ever created. Now, they were left with a void, and no one could yet explain why. Grief quickly turned to frustration as the families pressed for details. The Navy provided condolences, but there was little comfort to be found in reassurances that felt hollow. There was no recovery effort because there was nothing to recover. Thresher had imploded at such depths that the wreckage was scattered across the seafloor, unreachable by any existing technology. Unlike a shipwreck where remains might be found or survivors might cling to hope, there was no such possibility here. The finality of it was devastating. Some families tried to find solace in the idea that death had been instantaneous, that there had been no prolonged suffering. Others demanded to know why their loved ones had been put at risk in the first place. The media struggled to process the magnitude of what had happened. At first, the reporting was factual, listing names, dates, and locations, but as the days passed, it became clear that this was more than just an isolated incident. Questions started to surface. How could a state-of-the-art submarine simply vanish? Was this a failure of design, of leadership, of maintenance? News outlets speculated, but with limited information, they were left with little more than echoes of official statements and the raw emotions of grieving families. The fact that Thresher was nuclear-powered added an extra layer of fear. Though experts assured the public that there was no risk of radiation contamination, Cold War paranoia was never far from the surface. Beyond the U.S., the world took notice. The Soviet Union, America's chief rival in submarine warfare, did not openly gloat, but intelligence agencies undoubtedly took the event as both a warning and an opportunity. If the U.S., with all its resources and expertise, could lose a submarine like Thresher, then perhaps the race for naval superiority was not as one-sided as it seemed. Other nations with developing submarine programs watched closely, eager to learn from America's mistakes without suffering the same losses. For the public, faith in the safety of nuclear submarines was deeply shaken. These vessels had been sold to the world as the future, as invincible machines capable of outmatching any conventional fleet. Thresher's loss shattered that illusion. People began questioning how much risk had been hidden beneath layers of secrecy and military pride. The Navy could not afford to let confidence erode further. In response, they launched SubSafe, a rigorous overhaul of submarine design, construction, and maintenance standards that would ensure such a disaster never happened again. It was a lesson paid for in lives, a stark reminder that even the most advanced technology is not immune to failure. The sea has no sympathy for human ambition, and on that day in 1963, it reminded the world of its unforgiving nature. The sinking of USS Thresher was not just a tragedy, it was a turning point. In its aftermath, the U.S. Navy faced a harsh truth. Technological ambition had outpaced safety. If submarines were to continue diving deeper and operating under extreme conditions, then every assumption about their design, construction, and maintenance had to be reevaluated. Out of that realization came SubSafe, a program that fundamentally reshaped how submarines were built and operated. It wasn't just a set of new regulations, it was a complete overhaul of the Navy's approach to underwater survival. Every weld, every pipe, every valve now had to meet standards so unforgiving that even the slightest deviation could halt an entire submarine program. SubSafe meant redundancy, rigorous testing, and a mindset that no shortcut, no cost-saving measure was worth the risk of another Thresher. The result was a fleet that became exponentially safer. Since the program's implementation, not a single submarine certified under SubSafe has been lost. But the lessons of Thresher extended beyond safety protocols. It forced a re-examination of what it meant to design a vessel meant for the crushing pressures of the deep. The very structure of submarines changed. Hull integrity became paramount, with improved metallurgy and welding techniques ensuring that no unseen flaw could weaken a ship's defenses against the ocean's weight. Flooding control systems became more robust, capable of withstanding failures without leading to catastrophe. Even the nuclear reactor systems were reassessed, ensuring that a sudden shutdown wouldn't leave a submarine powerless and sinking. Every future nuclear submarine carried the unspoken legacy of those 129 men, built with the knowledge that their deaths had revealed vulnerabilities that could never be ignored again. Despite all these advancements, the fear that another submarine might suffer the same fate never truly faded. And while no subsafe certified vessel has been lost, the ocean remains unpredictable. In 1968, just 5 years after Thresher, the USS Scorpion was lost under still mysterious circumstances, though its design flaws and lack of full subsafe certification were noted in later analyses. The lesson was clear. There could be no room for complacency. Every dive was a reminder of what the sea was capable of. The names of those lost aboard Thresher were never forgotten. Memorials stand in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Arlington National Cemetery, but the true tribute is in the submarines that followed. Each time a modern submarine successfully surfaces after a deep dive, each time a crew completes a mission safely, it is a silent acknowledgement of the sacrifice made that day in 1963. The ocean does not forgive mistakes, but it teaches those willing to listen. Thresher's legacy is one of progress born from tragedy, a reminder that even the most advanced machines are only as strong as the knowledge and care put into them. The USS Thresher Disaster left a scar that never quite faded, and with any event of such magnitude, speculation followed. Some theories questioned the official findings, suggesting that an external force, perhaps an undetected Soviet presence or a catastrophic reactor failure, had played a role. But the evidence, or rather the lack of it, never supported such claims. The implosion was consistent with known physics, a brutal reminder of what happens when engineering fails to account for the relentless force of the deep sea. The reality was already horrifying enough. No conspiracy could make it worse. Even decades later, the wreckage of Thresher remains a site of interest. Deep sea exploration has returned to the location, not just out of historical curiosity, but also to apply modern forensic techniques to better understand the final moments of the submarine. Advances in sonar mapping and remotely operated vehicles have given researchers an even clearer picture of how the wreckage is scattered across the seafloor. But no new discoveries have significantly altered the conclusions reached in the years following the disaster. The implosion happened too quickly for any real-time response from the crew. There was no last-second escape, no lingering distress call beyond what had already been documented. Comparing Thresher to modern deep-sea submersibles highlights just how much the understanding of deep-sea survival has evolved. Today's submarines benefit from materials and technology that were unimaginable in the early 1960s. Titanium hulls, advanced escape systems, and vastly superior computer modeling make it possible to predict structural failures before they happen rather than after. Safety measures, both in military and civilian submersibles, are now rigorous beyond question. The kind of failure that doomed Thresher, leaks in critical piping, inability to recover from an emergency shutdown, has been designed out of existence. At least, that is the hope. The ocean remains the ultimate test. The disaster has been the subject of numerous books and documentaries, each attempting to capture both the technical failure and the human cost. Some focus on the engineering flaws, detailing how high-pressure systems and inadequate testing sealed the submarine's fate. Others center on the emotional impact, the loss felt by the families, the way naval officers grappled with the knowledge that what they thought was safe had, in fact, been a death trap. Yet, despite all the analyses, all the advancements, there are still unanswered questions. The exact sequence of mechanical failures remains partially speculative. Could there have been an alternative outcome if even one system had worked differently? Was there any moment, any decision that might have changed history? The answers lie over 2 miles beneath the ocean's surface, locked in twisted metal and silence. 4. Alvin, 1964. Legendary deep-sea research submersible. Alvin is more than just a deep-sea submersible. It is a vessel that has carried human curiosity into the darkest corners of the ocean for decades. Since its launch in 1964, it has plunged into the abyss, carrying researchers to places no human eyes had ever seen before. It has survived the crushing depths, navigated alien landscapes on the seafloor, and rewritten what we thought we knew about life on Earth. Built with the ability to dive to 6,500 meters, it can reach depths far beyond what most submersibles can withstand, putting it among the elite few that have explored the hadal zone. Unlike disposable landers or robotic probes, Alvin is built for human exploration, allowing scientists to witness the deep in real time, experiencing its strange beauty firsthand. Over its lifetime, Alvin has completed more than 5,000 dives, carrying over 2,500 people into the depths. Each descent is not just a technical achievement, but a personal journey for those inside its titanium sphere, sealed off from the rest of the world by mere inches of metal. It has taken researchers to places they could only dream of. Hydrothermal vents teeming with bizarre life, the wreck of the Titanic resting silently in the darkness, and the unknown realms of the deep that still hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Every dive is an encounter with the extreme, near freezing temperatures, total darkness, and pressures that could crush a car as easily as a tin can. Yet, Alvin moves through these conditions with quiet resilience, its exterior built to withstand more than 650 times the pressure at sea level. Despite the overwhelming forces at play, Alvin is designed for endurance. A single dive can last up to 10 hours, enough time for scientists to collect samples, take measurements, and document discoveries before returning to the surface. Those hours in the deep are precious. Every minute spent on the ocean floor is a step toward unraveling its mysteries. With each resurfacing, it brings back not only physical samples but also knowledge that shifts our understanding of the planet. Its longevity is a testament to constant innovation. Its systems have been upgraded, its capabilities expanded, and its mission renewed time and time again. Few research submersibles have operated for so long, and even fewer have had such a profound impact on deep-sea science. Alvin's story is one of endurance, curiosity, and a relentless drive to explore. It has witnessed the impossible and returned to tell the tale. And as long as there are questions lurking in the deep, Alvin will continue to descend, carrying human curiosity into the unknown. Alvin has never been just a machine. It has been the eyes and hands of countless explorers, reaching into the deep and pulling back discoveries that reshaped our understanding of life on Earth. In 1977, it played a pivotal role in one of the most groundbreaking revelations in oceanography. Scientists aboard Alvin were searching for evidence of geothermal activity along the Galapagos Rift when they stumbled upon something that defied expectation. Entire ecosystems thriving around hydrothermal vents, completely independent of sunlight. Until that moment, life on Earth was believed to be entirely reliant on the sun's energy. But here, in the crushing darkness, organisms were surviving off chemicals spewing from the seafloor. Giant tube worms, ghostly white crabs, and heat-resistant microbes existed in a world powered not by photosynthesis, but by chemosynthesis. That discovery changed everything, forcing scientists to reconsider the very foundations of biology and opening new possibilities for life beyond Earth. Alvin's legacy continued in 1986 when it descended to the wreck of the Titanic, sitting in the cold, silent depths over 2 miles beneath the surface. It was the first manned vehicle to explore the ship up close, its lights sweeping across rust-covered railings and broken decks that had remained undisturbed for over 70 years. Through its reinforced windows, researchers gazed upon artifacts frozen in time. A grand staircase buried in silt, delicate chandeliers still hanging, and personal belongings scattered like echoes of a tragedy. The submersible's robotic arms carefully retrieved objects, documenting the decay and resilience of the wreck in a way that no previous expedition had. It provided humanity with a final, intimate look at one of history's most famous disasters, capturing images and data that continue to shape how we study shipwreck preservation in the deep sea. Beyond these historical milestones, Alvin has ventured into places where no human has gone before, encountering creatures that seem more suited to science fiction than reality. It has documented transparent fish with fluid-like bodies, deep-sea jellyfish pulsing in eerie silence, and bioluminescent predators that use their own light to hunt. Entire ecosystems have been discovered, from methane seeps bubbling with strange, alien-like organisms to brine pools that function like underwater lakes, so dense with salt that even water itself cannot mix with them. Each of these discoveries has deepened our knowledge of how life adapts in extreme conditions, proving that survival is possible in places once thought uninhabitable. Perhaps the most intriguing part of Alvin's history is the moments of the unknown, the times when it has stumbled upon things that simply don't have clear explanations. Strange metallic objects resting on the seafloor with no clear origin, sounds that seem to come from nowhere, and underwater structures that raise more questions than answers. Some of these findings remain unsolved, lingering mysteries waiting for future explorers to return and uncover the truth. Alvin has shown that the ocean is not just a vast, empty place, but a living, shifting world full of secrets that we have barely begun to understand. Every dive is a step deeper into the unknown, and as long as there are questions left unanswered, Alvin will continue to seek them out. Alvin exists in a world that would crush most machines, yet it dives again and again, carrying people into the depths where the weight of the ocean presses in from all sides. The secret to its survival lies in the titanium sphere that forms its core, a pressure-resistant chamber forged to withstand forces over 650 times greater than those at the surface. This sphere isn't just a protective shell, it's a lifeline, the one thing standing between its passengers and certain death in the abyss. Every inch of it has been designed with precision, its seamless construction eliminating weak points that could give way under the relentless pressure. Surrounding it, thick syntactic foam provides buoyancy without being crushed, allowing Alvin to rise and sink with ease, an engineering feat that lets humans go where they were never meant to survive. Inside, Alvin is more than just a metal capsule. It is a life-supporting cocoon, sustaining researchers in an environment where the temperature hovers just above freezing and oxygen is a finite resource. A complex air purification system scrubs carbon dioxide from the cabin, ensuring that every breath remains safe. Oxygen tanks feed fresh air into the sealed space, carefully regulated to last for the duration of a dive. The cramped interior holds only 3 people, 2 scientists and a pilot, who sit shoulder to shoulder in near total isolation from the outside world. There are no emergency exits, no quick escapes, just trust in the machine and the team above to bring them back to the surface. Alvin has changed over the years, not through obsolescence, but through adaptation. The Alvin that first touched the ocean floor in 1964 was a different machine, limited to depths of 1,800 meters. With time, new materials and technologies extended its reach, first to 4,500 meters and later to 6,500 meters, allowing it to explore 99% of the ocean floor. Its once simple systems have been upgraded with modern sensors, high-definition cameras, and robotic arms capable of precise, delicate work. It carries scientific instruments designed to capture the deep in ways no human eye can. Temperature probes to measure hydrothermal vents, sample collectors that extract pieces of the unknown, and sonar systems that paint a picture of landscapes lost in darkness. Each dive begins and ends with a carefully choreographed launch and recovery, a process that is anything but simple. Suspended from a research vessel, Alvin is lowered into the sea, its bright red and white hull slipping beneath the waves as the crew watches from above. The submersible vanishes into the depths, its descent slow and deliberate, guided by ballast weights that allow it to sink. Hours later, when its mission is complete, those weights are released and Alvin begins its silent return. As it nears the surface, support ships maneuver into position, divers plunging into the water to secure it. A massive crane lifts it from the waves, placing it gently onto the deck, where the hatch is opened and the explorers inside emerge, changed, having seen a world few will ever witness. Every dive is a journey into the unknown, and every resurfacing is proof that humans, with the right tools, can touch the untouchable. Alvin was born from a time when the world was racing to explore the unknown, space, the deep ocean, and the very limits of human endurance. The 1960s were defined by curiosity and competition, with governments and scientists pushing the boundaries of what was possible. While astronauts looked toward the stars, oceanographers turned their eyes downward, realizing that the deep sea remained as mysterious as any distant planet. The Cold War played a role in this urgency. The United States saw strategic value in understanding the ocean's depths, not just for scientific discovery, but for military applications. Submarine warfare, underwater surveillance, and the possibility of retrieving lost technology from the ocean floor. Alvin was developed in this era, built to be a vessel that could carry humans safely into the abyss, a machine that could see, touch, and retrieve whatever lay hidden beneath miles of water. Before Alvin, deep-sea exploration had been limited to bathyscapes, large, bulky submersibles like Trieste, which famously reached the Challenger Deep in 1960. But Trieste was a different kind of vehicle, designed for one-way descents rather than maneuvering and conducting research. Alvin was created with a different goal: mobility. Unlike earlier deep-sea craft, it wasn't just meant to reach the bottom. It was built to explore it. Engineers crafted a submersible that could navigate the seafloor, observe marine life, collect samples, and return with data that would reshape oceanography. Its design was revolutionary for its time, a compact and maneuverable craft that gave scientists the ability to interact with the deep in a way they never had before. At first, Alvin's mission was driven by military and geophysical research. The U.S. Navy funded its early development, and one of its most classified operations was the recovery of a lost hydrogen bomb off the coast of Spain in 1966. But as the years passed, Alvin's purpose evolved. It became a symbol of scientific discovery rather than warfare, shifting its focus to uncovering the mysteries of the deep. In the 1970s, it was instrumental in mapping underwater geology, providing insight into plate tectonics, mid-ocean ridges, and the forces that shape the Earth's crust. The discovery of hydrothermal vents in 1977 cemented its place in history, proving that life could thrive in conditions once thought impossible. Over the decades, Alvin has touched nearly every field of deep-sea research. It has explored the delicate ecosystems of coral reefs, provided data on how the ocean absorbs carbon, and helped track the environmental impact of oil spills like Deepwater Horizon. It has assisted in studying earthquake zones along subduction trenches, revealing how these hidden landscapes shape the planet's geology. Even in military research, its contributions have never entirely faded. Its ability to locate lost objects in the deep remains invaluable. When it first entered the water in the 1960s, Alvin was a pioneering machine among a handful of deep-sea submersibles. Today, as technology has advanced and remotely operated vehicles have become more common, it remains one of the last active human-occupied deep-sea explorers. It has not been replaced because there is still something irreplaceable about human presence in the deep, something no robotic probe can replicate: the ability to see, to react, to make decisions in real time. And as long as there are mysteries in the ocean, Alvin will continue its descent, proving that some machines are built not just for a single era, but for a lifetime of discovery. Alvin took its first plunge into the ocean on June 5, 1964, off the coast of Woods Hole, Massachusetts. It wasn't a dramatic mission, just a test to see if the submersible could do what its designers had promised. In those early days, the goal was simple: prove that a manned craft could survive the crushing depths and navigate the seafloor with precision. It was a small step towards something much greater. Over the years, Alvin would go on to uncover shipwrecks, explore alien ecosystems, and bring back discoveries that rewrote the understanding of life on Earth. But it all started with that cautious first dive, an experiment in trust between machine and human. Getting Alvin to the depths where it works its magic isn't as easy as lowering it into the water. The submersible is transported aboard a dedicated research vessel, often the USS Atlantis, a ship built to support its operations. Once at sea, Alvin is carefully maintained, tested, and prepared for each mission. Before a dive, the team runs through an exhaustive checklist. Systems are tested, oxygen levels confirmed, ballast weight secured, instruments calibrated. The pilots and scientists squeeze into the cramped sphere, bringing only the essentials for the long hours ahead. Every detail is accounted for, because once Alvin is in the water, there is no room for error. Launching Alvin is a delicate dance between precision and brute force. The submersible is hoisted from the deck by a massive crane, swung over the side of the ship, and lowered into the sea. As it hits the water, support divers make final checks, ensuring everything is secure before Alvin begins its descent. The pilot releases ballast weights, and the submersible slowly sinks, leaving behind the light of the surface world. Only a select few are trained to pilot Alvin, and becoming one of them is no small feat. Operators are highly skilled engineers, oceanographers, or experienced technicians, each undergoing years of training before being trusted with the craft. They must be experts in deep-sea navigation, mechanics, and emergency procedures. Because once Alvin is down there, the only help is what they carry with them. Pilots are responsible not only for guiding the submersible but also for ensuring the safety of the scientists on board, monitoring oxygen levels, CO2 buildup, and power reserves while juggling research objectives and unexpected challenges. For all its successes, Alvin has not been immune to setbacks. One of its most infamous incidents happened in 1968 when it accidentally slipped off its support cables and sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. Unmanned, the submersible sat there for nearly a year before being recovered, remarkably intact, an unintentional testament to its durability. There have been maintenance overhauls, upgrades, and near misses, but Alvin has never lost a life. It is, in many ways, more than just a machine. It is a bridge between worlds, a link between the human curiosity that drives exploration and the unforgiving reality of the deep ocean. And every time it resurfaces, it brings back pieces of a world most will never see. When Alvin first began its deep sea missions, it was met with a mix of excitement and skepticism. For oceanographers, it was a game changer, a machine that could take them to places they had only imagined. But for others, it was an untested gamble, a fragile human-occupied sphere venturing into an environment that crushed steel and swallowed light. Early missions proved its worth, and before long, scientists were lining up for the chance to take it down into the unknown. Each dive brought back something remarkable. Images of seafloors no human had ever seen, strange creatures from the abyss, geological formations that challenged existing theories about Earth's crust. Alvin wasn't just another research tool. It was a doorway into an entirely new realm. Its discoveries rewrote the textbooks of marine biology and oceanography. The 1977 expedition to the Galapagos Rift was a defining moment. Until then, life was thought to be dependent on sunlight. But when Alvin's lights illuminated towering hydrothermal vents spewing superheated water, they revealed something astonishing. An entire ecosystem thriving in the dark. Giant tube worms, ghostly white crabs, and bizarre clams lived in harmony with bacteria that fed off the chemicals pouring from the vents. It was a revelation that reshaped the search for life beyond Earth. If organisms could survive in such extreme conditions here, what about the deep oceans of Europa or Enceladus? Then came 1986, and Alvin's most famous mission. The Titanic had been lost for over 7 decades, resting in an icy grave 2.5 miles beneath the North Atlantic. When Alvin's cameras finally captured the ship's ghostly remains, it wasn't just a scientific achievement. It was a moment that gripped the world. Suddenly, deep sea exploration wasn't just the domain of researchers. The public was captivated. Books were written, documentaries were made, and years later, a blockbuster film would immortalize the wreck in cinematic history. But beyond the spectacle, Alvin's dive to the Titanic proved something else. That the deep ocean held stories waiting to be uncovered, some tragic, some awe-inspiring, all worth exploring. Alvin's impact has extended beyond science and into policy. Its research has contributed to the push for marine conservation, highlighting the fragility of deep-sea ecosystems and the threats posed by human activity. Data from Alvin's dives has helped shape discussions on deep-sea mining, climate change, and ocean acidification. It has revealed how oil spills spread through the depths, informed regulations on protecting deep-sea coral reefs, and played a role in understanding how the ocean absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Even after all these years, Alvin remains a legend in the scientific community. It has outlived expectations, undergone upgrades, and continued to serve as the eyes of human curiosity in the deep. For oceanographers, marine biologists, and geologists, it is not just a submersible. It is a vessel of discovery, a link between the known and the unknown. Even as new technologies emerge, remotely operated vehicles and autonomous drones mapping the ocean floor, there is still something irreplaceable about a human presence down there, watching in real time, making decisions, experiencing the deep. And that is why Alvin still dives, still searches, still reveals the secrets hidden beneath the waves. Alvin was never meant to last this long. When it first descended into the depths in the 1960s, no one could have predicted it would still be diving more than half a century later. But here it is, still exploring, still revealing mysteries of the ocean, still proving that some machines don't just serve a purpose. They change the way humans see the world. Its influence reaches far beyond its own missions. Every modern deep-sea submersible, manned or unmanned, carries a piece of Alvin's legacy. It set the standard for what was possible, proving that humans could go beyond the reach of sunlight and not just survive, but thrive as explorers. Submersibles like Japan's Shinkai 6500 and China's Jialong were built with the knowledge Alvin provided, while modern remotely operated vehicles owe much of their operational design to its pioneering work. Without Alvin, many scientific breakthroughs would have been impossible, or at the very least, would have taken decades longer to uncover. The discovery of hydrothermal vents in 1977 shattered the long-held belief that life depended on the sun, reshaping everything from marine biology to astrobiology. Its dives to the Titanic changed how we study shipwrecks and deep-sea archaeology. It helped reveal how oil spills, like the Deepwater Horizon disaster, spread through ocean currents, giving scientists a better understanding of deep-sea pollution. It mapped fault lines, sampled bacteria that could one day lead to medical breakthroughs, and studied underwater volcanoes that shape the planet in ways we still don't fully understand. Alvin has not survived the decades unchanged. It has been rebuilt, upgraded, modernized, almost unrecognizable from its original form. It started with a depth limit of about 2,000 meters, but now it can reach 6,500 meters, opening up nearly 99% of the ocean floor for exploration. Its once cramped interior is now more spacious, its cameras sharper, its robotic arms more dexterous. Its hull, once made of steel, is now a titanium sphere designed to withstand crushing pressures. Every time technology advances, Alvin is adapted rather than replaced, a testament to its original design and the people dedicated to keeping it operational. But even legends don't last forever. There have been discussions about what comes next. Will there be a successor, a new manned submersible built from the ground up with all the latest technology? Or will Alvin continue to evolve indefinitely, upgraded piece by piece, until it is no longer the same machine that first touched the seafloor in the 1960s? Autonomous and remotely operated vehicles are becoming more advanced, offering capabilities that Alvin cannot. But there is something irreplaceable about having human eyes in the deep, about making decisions in real time, about experiencing the unknown firsthand. For now, Alvin still pushes forward. Each dive brings back something new. An undiscovered species, a better understanding of deep-sea geology, a glimpse into worlds untouched by light. It continues to prove that the ocean is not just a vast, empty void, but a living, changing, vital part of the planet. And as long as there are mysteries hidden in the deep, Alvin will be there, sinking into the darkness, returning with pieces of the unknown. Alvin has spent decades plunging into the deep, but the ocean does not forgive mistakes. It is a place of crushing pressure, freezing temperatures, and absolute darkness, a world that will consume anything unprepared for it. Over the years, Alvin has had its share of close calls. In 1968, it was being transported on a support vessel when the cables holding it snapped, sending it plunging into the ocean. It sank to the seafloor, over a mile down, lost for nearly a year. When it was finally recovered, scientists found something astonishing. The lunches that had been inside, sandwiches, apples, were almost perfectly preserved. The lack of oxygen and extreme cold had prevented decay, offering an eerie preview of how the deep ocean could preserve things indefinitely. But losing Alvin was a stark reminder of how little control humans actually have when dealing with the deep. For the scientists inside Alvin, diving is a surreal, almost otherworldly experience. The moment the hatch closes and the sub is released from its support ship, there is a shift, a recognition that the team inside is on their own, surrounded by nothing but water. The descent is long, sometimes hours, a slow fall through total blackness. Every creak and groan of the sub reminds them that the pressure outside could crush a steel submarine like paper. But Alvin is designed for this. Its titanium sphere holding steady as it moves into a world where sunlight has never touched. And then, suddenly, the lights come on and the ocean floor appears. It is a place of strange life. Creatures adapted to an existence so alien it feels closer to something from another planet. Giant tube worms cluster around hydrothermal vents, eyeless fish drift through the darkness, and jellyfish pulse like living ghosts. Alvin's adventures have not gone unnoticed. It has been featured in documentaries, books, and films, its journeys narrated by scientists who have peered through its portholes into the unknown. It played a major role in James Cameron's obsession with the deep, influencing his work on Titanic and The Abyss. Countless marine biology and deep-sea exploration books reference its discoveries, and its dives have been captured in films like Aliens of the Deep. The rise of robotic submersibles like ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, and AUVs, autonomous underwater vehicles, has changed deep-sea exploration, offering capabilities that Alvin simply doesn't have. These machines can go deeper, stay down longer, and take risks that a human-occupied sub cannot afford. But for all their advantages, there is something missing. A robotic eye can capture footage, but it cannot truly see. A robotic arm can collect samples, but it cannot feel the thrill of discovering something new. The human element is irreplaceable. There is something about being there, about witnessing the unknown firsthand, that no machine can replicate. Throughout its long career, Alvin has recorded things that defy explanation. Deep-sea creatures so bizarre they look like something from a dream, ancient wrecks that whisper of lost stories, landscapes of underwater volcanoes that feel more like alien planets than parts of Earth. It has documented bioluminescent life that flickers in mesmerizing displays, massive deep-sea crabs scuttling along unseen trenches, and even unexplained sounds that hint at the presence of something just beyond what we understand. Each dive is another chapter in a story that is still being written, another piece of the deep ocean's puzzle brought to the surface. And even after all these years, there is still more to be discovered. More life, more mysteries, more moments that remind us how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves. 5. Kursk Disaster 2000. Russian nuclear submarine explosion. The Kursk disaster was a moment of profound tragedy, a sequence of events that unfolded with a kind of inevitability that made it all the more haunting. A nuclear-powered submarine, built to be a fortress beneath the sea, suddenly became a steel coffin for the 118 men aboard. The first explosion, small by comparison, was like the sharp intake of breath before a scream. A faulty torpedo, leaking its volatile propellant, likely ignited in the forward compartment, triggering a detonation equivalent to a few hundred pounds of TNT. But it was the second explosion, just over 2 minutes later, that sealed the fate of the Kursk. With a force of nearly 7 tons of TNT, it was powerful enough to register on seismic sensors. A blast that tore through the heart of the vessel with such violence that it obliterated the front compartments and sent a shockwave reverberating through the steel walls, crumpling sections like paper. The submarine plunged to the seabed, settling 108 meters below the surface. Those in the affected compartments had no chance, but in the aft sections, some survived. Evidence later showed that at least 23 crew members made it to the 9th compartment, the very rear of the submarine, where they found themselves in an air pocket. Alive, but trapped. In the eerie darkness, with emergency lighting flickering, they must have known the odds were against them. Oxygen levels were dropping and carbon dioxide was slowly building, the air growing thick with the metallic tang of seawater, the scent of oil, sweat, and something worse, desperation. The cold seeped into their bones, the temperature barely above freezing, their breath misting in the dim light. Some of them, knowing what was coming, wrote notes to loved ones, scrawling final messages in the last hours of their lives. The Kursk was one of the prideful achievements of the Russian Navy, a formidable Oscar-class submarine designed to be nearly unsinkable. She was massive, longer than 2 football fields, with a double hull structure that should have made her resistant to catastrophe. This was a vessel built for stealth and endurance, capable of carrying 24 supersonic cruise missiles and advanced torpedoes. Yet, for all its power, a single internal failure had turned it into a tomb. Rescue efforts were agonizingly slow, hindered by a combination of secrecy, technical failures, and delays that cost precious time. The Kursk had sunk to a depth that was challenging but not impossible for rescue operations. However, the Russian Navy lacked the proper deep-sea rescue vehicles, and their initial attempts to dock with the submarine's escape hatch failed repeatedly. It wasn't until British and Norwegian teams arrived that any meaningful progress was made, but by then, there were no lives left to save. The last of the crew had likely died within hours or, at most, days, succumbing to suffocation or, as some evidence suggested, a sudden flash fire when oxygen levels had reached a critical point. In the aftermath, the Kursk was eventually raised, a costly and complex operation that only reinforced the grim reality of what had happened. The notes found on some of the bodies were perhaps the most devastating artifacts of all. A final whisper from men who had waited in the dark, knowing that help was too far away. The ocean had swallowed their voices, but for those who read their words, the weight of their final moments was inescapable. The Kursk was a beast of a submarine, built to be nearly indestructible, a symbol of Russian naval power. It was massive, heavily armed, and designed to operate in the depths of the ocean without being detected. But all of that meant nothing when disaster struck. What began as a routine naval exercise turned into a catastrophe that sent the vessel plummeting to the seafloor. The blast was so sudden, so violent, that the Kursk never even had a chance to surface. In a matter of minutes, the pride of the Russian Northern Fleet became a sunken graveyard, with 118 men trapped inside. The entire world watched as conflicting reports, misinformation, and political maneuvering obscured the truth. For days, the Russian government downplayed the disaster, but when the wreck was finally examined, the brutal reality of what had happened became clear. Investigators determined that a torpedo malfunction was the first domino in the deadly chain of events. The Kursk had been armed with a Type 6576A torpedo, a massive weapon designed to take down enemy ships. But this particular torpedo used hydrogen peroxide as an oxidizer, a risky choice because if it leaked, it could trigger a violent chemical reaction. That's exactly what happened. Traces of the highly unstable substance seeped from a faulty weld in the torpedo's casing, mixing with fuel and igniting. The explosion that followed was devastating but localized, contained within the torpedo compartment. If that had been the only blast, the Kursk might have survived. But the real catastrophe came just over 2 minutes later when the fire triggered a chain reaction in the warheads of the remaining torpedoes, leading to a detonation equivalent to nearly 7 tons of TNT. The force of the second explosion was so extreme that it ripped open the forward sections of the submarine and sent a seismic shockwave through the ocean floor. The pressure was enough to crush bulkheads and obliterate everything in the first several compartments. The men stationed there never even had time to register what was happening. Investigators pieced together the sequence of events from recovered wreckage and forensic evidence. The torpedo's launch tube showed signs of an internal blast rather than an external impact, confirming that the explosion started inside. Chemical traces and structural damage aligned with the known volatility of hydrogen peroxide, reinforcing the conclusion that a torpedo malfunction, not a collision, as some early theories had suggested, was the true cause. The submarine itself, despite its double-hull design, had been no match for the sheer force unleashed from within. As the wreckage was examined, another chilling discovery was made. Some of the crew had survived the initial explosions. In the rear compartments, away from the devastation, at least 23 men had made it to the 9th compartment, where they found an air pocket. They hadn't simply waited in silence. Handwritten notes found on some of the bodies showed that they had tried to hold on, even as oxygen levels dwindled. One note, written by Lieutenant Dmitry Kolesnikov, listed the names of those who had made it. It was a final message, proof that they had fought to stay alive. They might have hoped for a rescue, but the chances of that were always slim. The Russian Navy's rescue efforts were slow, plagued by failed attempts and bureaucratic delays. Even if help had arrived sooner, the deteriorating conditions inside the sub made survival unlikely. Carbon dioxide built up, the air thickened, and asphyxiation set in. Some reports suggested a sudden fire erupted in the last moments, sealing their fate before the water finally claimed them. The disaster exposed major flaws in Russia's submarine technology and emergency protocols. The reliance on outdated and risky torpedo technology was one failure. The lack of effective escape options for the crew was another. But one of the most damning revelations was how ill-equipped the Russian Navy was to handle such a crisis. Their rescue vehicles couldn't successfully dock with the submarine's escape hatch, and they refused outside assistance until it was far too late. It wasn't just the Kursk that had failed. The entire system around it had as well. In the aftermath, Russian submarine designs underwent scrutiny, and older torpedo technology was phased out. But for the men who died in the darkness of the Barents Sea, those changes came too late. The Kursk had been a symbol of strength, but in the end, it became a symbol of human vulnerability, of mistakes that couldn't be undone, of final moments spent waiting for help that never came. The Kursk was built to be a fortress beneath the waves, a nuclear-powered behemoth designed to withstand the unforgiving pressures of the deep. At its heart were 2 OK-650B nuclear reactors, shielded by layers of reinforced steel and designed to keep running even under extreme conditions. When the explosions ripped through the forward sections of the submarine, there was immediate concern that the reactors had been compromised. If they had melted down, the disaster could have taken an even darker turn, with radiation leaking into the sea. But the reactors, housed in the more central compartments of the vessel, remained intact. They had been automatically shut down by a fail-safe mechanism triggered by the explosion, a system meant to prevent a catastrophic nuclear event even in the worst-case scenario. In that respect, at least, the Kursk's engineering had done its job. The submarine itself was supposed to be one of the safest in the Russian fleet. It was built with a double-hull structure, a design that theoretically made it more resistant to external damage. The compartments were supposed to be watertight, allowing sections of the sub to flood without immediately dooming the crew. It was a vessel meant to take damage and keep going. But all of those safety measures were built around the idea of an external attack. A torpedo strike, a missile impact, something from the outside. No one had planned for the disaster to come from within. When the faulty torpedo exploded, it sent a shockwave through the confined spaces of the front compartments, breaching bulkheads, setting off fires, and destabilizing everything around it. And then, just over 2 minutes later, came the second explosion. The true killer. The first blast had ignited a fire, and that fire spread to the rest of the torpedoes stored in the forward section. The heat reached a critical point, triggering a detonation so powerful that it tore through the submarine's reinforced hull like paper. The Kursk, designed to survive almost anything, had no defense against a blast from inside its own belly. Rescue efforts should have been the next step, but they failed before they even began. The Kursk had an escape hatch, a way for surviving crew members to leave the submarine and reach the surface. But that only worked if they were still alive and able to use it. And even if they had, they would have had to ascend through over 100 meters of frigid water, a near impossible task, without specialized equipment. The Russian Navy had submersibles designed to latch onto the escape hatch and evacuate survivors, but they were outdated and ineffective. For days, they tried and failed to connect to the submarine, each attempt wasting time that the trapped crew didn't have. Worse, Russia initially refused international help, letting politics and secrecy stand in the way of saving lives. By the time British and Norwegian teams were allowed to intervene, it was too late. Everyone aboard was already dead. Even recovering the wreckage was a challenge. The Kursk had come to rest on the seafloor at a depth of 108 meters, deep enough to make retrieval difficult but not impossible. But lifting a vessel of that size, especially one that had been torn apart by internal explosions, was no small task. The Russian government eventually hired a Dutch salvage company to bring it to the surface, a painstaking operation that required specialized equipment and careful maneuvering to prevent further breakage. Most of the submarine was eventually recovered, but the shattered front section, where the explosions had occurred, was deemed too unstable. It was left behind on the seabed, an unmarked grave for those whose remains were never found. The Kursk had once been a symbol of Russian naval strength. Now, it was a reminder of everything that had gone wrong. An entire crew lost, not just to fire and water, but to failure at every level, from faulty engineering to botched rescue efforts to the slow, crushing realization that those who had survived the initial blast had spent their last moments waiting for help that never arrived. The Kursk was meant to be a powerhouse, one of the most advanced nuclear submarines in the Russian fleet. It was an Oscar II-class submarine, designed for one purpose: hunting and destroying enemy aircraft carriers. In theory, it was an apex predator of the sea, heavily armed with long-range cruise missiles that could strike with devastating force. It was built to be nearly unsinkable, a massive double-hull design meant to survive attacks that would cripple other submarines. Before the disaster, it had been a symbol of Russian naval resurgence, proof that despite economic struggles, the country still had formidable military strength. It participated in fleet exercises, shadowed NATO ships, and reminded the world that Russia still had teeth in the cold, silent depths of the ocean. But all the armor, all the weapons, all the careful engineering meant nothing when disaster struck from within. The collapse of the Soviet Union had left Russia's military in disarray, and the Navy was one of the hardest-hit branches. Funding dried up almost overnight, and with it, maintenance, training, and research suffered. The Grand Fleet that had once rivaled the United States was now rusting in docks, its ships falling into neglect. Submarines, in particular, were expensive to maintain, and as budgets shrank, corners were cut. Safety procedures became secondary to keeping vessels operational. Some submarines sat in disrepair for years, their crews forced to work with outdated equipment and dwindling resources. The Kursk was one of the few exceptions. Relatively modern, relatively well-maintained. But even it was not immune to the cost of an empire's collapse. The torpedoes it carried, including the faulty Type 6576A that triggered the disaster, were relics of Soviet-era designs, still in use despite their risks. In another time, in a wealthier, better-funded navy, that torpedo might never have been aboard. But in post-Soviet Russia, choices were limited and risks were taken. Before the Kursk disaster, Russia's naval reputation was already in decline. The once feared Soviet Navy had fractured, and while Russia still had some of the largest submarines and warships in the world, their operational readiness was questionable. Other countries saw Russia's military as powerful on paper but crumbling in reality. The Kursk was supposed to prove otherwise. It was participating in one of the largest naval exercises Russia had attempted in years, a display of force meant to remind the world that Russia was still a major player. Instead, the disaster exposed the weaknesses that had been lurking beneath the surface. Poor maintenance, outdated equipment, an inadequate rescue system, and a government more concerned with secrecy than saving lives. The world watched as Russia fumbled its response, refusing help, releasing misleading statements, and ultimately failing to save even a single crew member. The Kursk didn't just sink to the bottom of the Barents Sea. It dragged Russia's naval credibility down with it. Russia had suffered submarine disasters before, but none on this scale. The Soviet Union had always been secretive about its naval accidents, and there had been many. The sinking of the K-129 in 1968, the reactor failures on K-19, the fire aboard K-222. These were tragedies, but they had been contained, hidden from public scrutiny. The Kursk was different. It happened in the modern era, under the eyes of the world. The internet, satellite surveillance, and media coverage ensured that the disaster couldn't simply be buried. Russia had to acknowledge it, had to answer for its failures, and that made it stand apart from the accidents of the past. The geopolitical climate between Russia and NATO at the time was one of cautious tension. The Cold War was over, but the echoes remained. Russia was still wary of NATO expansion, still bitter over its diminished status, and still protective of its military secrets. This paranoia played a role in the Kursk disaster. When the submarine went down, Russia refused outside assistance for days, fearing that foreign navies would use the crisis as an excuse to study Russian submarine technology. Even as the crew sat trapped in the darkness, waiting for a rescue that would never come, politics took precedence. By the time Russia finally accepted help, it was too late. NATO and Western countries watched the disaster unfold, and many saw it as confirmation of what they already suspected. Russia's military, once a giant, was struggling to stand on its own. The Kursk was meant to be a symbol of strength. Instead, it became a symbol of a nation still trying to reclaim its lost power, a reminder that even the mightiest machines can fail, and when they do, they take lives with them. The Kursk had been sent to sea as part of a major naval exercise, one of the largest Russia had attempted in years. It was meant to showcase the power of the Russian Northern Fleet, a force that had once been a formidable rival to NATO but had since faded in strength. The exercise was supposed to be a demonstration of precision and coordination, with multiple submarines, surface ships, and aircraft working together in a simulated combat scenario. The Kursk's role was to fire a dummy torpedo at a designated target, a routine operation for a submarine of its class. In theory, it was a simple mission, the kind of drill its crew had prepared for countless times before. But beneath the surface, hidden within the very weapons it carried, was the flaw that would bring everything to a catastrophic halt. There were 118 people aboard, a mix of experienced officers, young sailors, and specialists responsible for operating and maintaining the submarine systems. The Kursk was large enough to accommodate its crew with relative comfort compared to older submarines, but it was still a confined space, a metal world sealed off from everything above. Life aboard was built around routine. Constant drills, equipment checks, and long stretches of waiting for the next order. In the days leading up to the disaster, the crew had followed their usual patterns, preparing the submarine for its role in the exercise without any sign that something was about to go terribly wrong. The timeline of events was precise, but brief. The Kursk had been submerged in the Barents Sea for some time, maneuvering into position for its mock attack. Just after 11:28 a.m. on August 12, 2000, the first explosion occurred. It was small compared to what followed, but it was enough to send a shockwave through the forward compartments, damaging the hull and igniting a fire. The explosion itself was the result of a torpedo failure, one that should never have happened. A leak of hydrogen peroxide within the torpedo's casing caused a chemical reaction, overheating the weapon until it detonated inside the submarine. The blast itself was powerful, but it was nothing compared to what came next. For 2 minutes, there was silence. Then, At 11:30 a.m., the second explosion tore through the Kursk with the force of nearly 3 tons of TNT. The submarine's own stockpile of torpedoes, ignited by the fire from the first blast, had detonated all at once. The explosion was so massive that it registered on seismic monitors hundreds of kilometers away, initially mistaken for an undersea earthquake. The front sections of the Kursk were obliterated instantly. Anyone in those compartments never had a chance. Communication with the Kursk was cut off in that moment. There was no final transmission, no warning. One moment, the submarine was a fully operational vessel, part of a massive exercise. The next, it was a sinking wreck. The explosion had not only torn through the hull but had also disabled the radio systems, leaving the crew with no way to reach the outside world. To those aboard the surrounding ships, the Kursk simply went silent. Attempts to contact it over the next few hours were met with nothing but static. Despite this, the question remained. Had the crew, or at least the survivors in the rear compartments, managed to send any kind of distress signal? Russian officials initially claimed they had received no such messages, but later evidence suggested otherwise. In the hours and possibly days after the disaster, some of the trapped crew members in the rear compartments had written notes, indicating they had survived for some time after the explosions. One note, found on the body of Captain Lieutenant Dmitry Kolesnikov, confirmed that at least 23 men had made it into the last compartment. Whether they had tried to signal for help remains unknown. Some reports suggested faint tapping noises were heard in the days following the sinking, possibly an attempt at Morse code, but these were never officially confirmed. What is certain is that if there were survivors, they waited in vain. The Kursk had gone down quickly, but help had not come quickly enough. By the time Russian rescue teams finally reached the submarine days later, every last sailor aboard was dead. When the Kursk went silent beneath the Barents Sea, the Russian government's initial response was slow, confused, and steeped in secrecy. At first, officials downplayed the situation, treating it as a minor technical issue rather than a full-blown catastrophe. There was no immediate public acknowledgement that something had gone terribly wrong, no urgent call for assistance. Instead, there was silence, as if the authorities themselves were unsure of how to proceed. When it became clear that the submarine had suffered a devastating accident, the government still hesitated. President Vladimir Putin, who had only been in power for a few months, remained on vacation for days before addressing the crisis, a decision that later haunted him. While families of the crew waited for news, the official stance remained vague, distant, and, to many, indifferent. One of the most damning aspects of the response was the delay in accepting foreign help. Within hours of the disaster, Britain and Norway had offered advanced deep-sea rescue technology, specialized submersibles that could potentially reach the wreck and extract survivors. But Russia refused. It was a decision driven by politics, by the lingering Cold War mindset that still gripped the Russian military. Accepting help from NATO nations would mean exposing classified submarine technology, revealing weaknesses, admitting vulnerability. Instead, Russian authorities insisted they could handle the rescue themselves. Days passed as their outdated and ineffective rescue equipment failed to reach the Kursk. By the time they finally relented and allowed Norwegian divers to access the wreck, it was far too late. The hatches were opened, but there were no signs of life. The last pockets of air had long since run out. The Russian public watched this unfold with mounting outrage. The families of the sailors, already in anguish, felt betrayed. Why had their sons, brothers, husbands, and fathers been left to die while their government stalled? Protests erupted, rare and risky in a country where dissent was often met with force. Grieving relatives demanded answers, only to be met with vague reassurances and shifting explanations. When officials finally held meetings with the families, anger boiled over, and in one infamous moment, a grieving mother had to be forcibly sedated on live television after shouting at government representatives. The Kursk had become more than a disaster. It was a symbol of everything the Russian people feared about their government's incompetence and indifference. As the official explanation of the disaster took shape, controversies arose. The government claimed early on that the Kursk had been struck by a foreign submarine, possibly American or British, an assertion that fed into nationalist sentiments but lacked solid evidence. Conspiracy theories spread, fueled by mistrust and misinformation. Eventually, the Russian Navy admitted that the cause had been a torpedo malfunction, but even then, full transparency was lacking. How much did the authorities know beforehand about the dangers of those torpedoes? Had there been prior warnings? Why had it taken so long to launch a proper rescue? These were questions that never received satisfying answers. The Kursk disaster left deep scars on Russia's trust in its military. The once mighty navy had not only lost one of its most advanced submarines, but had also revealed its weaknesses to the world. People no longer saw the military as an unshakable force, but as an institution struggling to maintain its power while covering up its failures. The disaster forced some reforms, with increased investment in submarine safety and rescue capabilities, but the damage had been done. For many, the Kursk was not just a tragedy, it was proof that, in modern Russia, the lives of servicemen were too often secondary to politics, secrecy, and pride. The sinking of the Kursk was more than just a military failure. It was a moment that forced Russia to confront the vulnerabilities of its once mighty navy. In the years that followed, changes were made. Some visible, others more quietly implemented. The disaster had exposed glaring flaws in Russia's submarine safety protocols, from the outdated rescue technology to the lack of proper maintenance on critical equipment. In response, new investments were made in submarine escape systems, with a particular focus on making it easier for trapped sailors to be reached in time. The Russian Navy introduced upgraded deep-sea rescue vehicles, finally acknowledging that their older models had been obsolete long before the Kursk disaster. Training procedures were adjusted as well, with more emphasis on emergency response, though whether these changes were as effective in practice as they were on paper remains debated. One of the most significant consequences of the disaster was the way it reshaped future naval operations. The Kursk had been lost not just because of a malfunctioning torpedo, but because of a slow and ineffective rescue effort. This failure forced Russia to rethink how it handled emergencies at sea. Joint rescue drills with foreign navies, once considered unthinkable, became more common, as even Russia's military leaders had to admit that political pride could no longer outweigh the need to save lives. There was also a renewed effort to modernize Russia's submarine fleet, though progress was uneven, hampered by budget constraints and shifting priorities. The Kursk had shown the world that Russia's naval capabilities were not what they once were, and that reputation was not easily restored. The disaster also raised serious questions about submarine escape technology worldwide. If a vessel as large and advanced as the Kursk could become a death trap, what did that mean for other navies? Western countries had already invested heavily in submarine rescue systems, but the Kursk's sinking pushed them to go further. NATO nations revisited their own emergency procedures, increasing cooperation between allied fleets to ensure that no submarine, regardless of nationality, would ever be left stranded for days without help. Some navies introduced improved escape pods and emergency beacons, designed to make it easier for submarines in distress to be located and accessed in time. The tragedy had, at the very least, served as a brutal lesson in why no military, no matter how powerful, could afford to ignore worst-case scenarios. In Russia, the Kursk disaster remains a painful memory. For many, it is remembered not just as a naval tragedy, but as a symbol of government failure, secrecy, and a system that valued image over human lives. Every year, memorials are held for the 118 sailors who died, their names etched into stone as a reminder of what was lost. Families still grieve, still ask questions, still wonder what could have been done differently. The wreckage of the Kursk was eventually raised from the seabed, but the deeper scars it left behind could never be so easily lifted. For the world's navies, the lesson of the Kursk was clear: no submarine, no matter how well built or well armed, is invulnerable. No nation, no matter how powerful, can afford to be unprepared. And no government, no matter how determined to control its image, can silence the truth forever. The Kursk disaster was never just a tragedy, it became a mystery, a controversy, and a lingering wound that refused to fully heal. In the absence of full transparency, speculation filled the gaps, and conspiracy theories emerged almost immediately. Some believed that the Kursk had been struck by an American or British submarine shadowing the Russian exercises, an accident covered up to prevent an international crisis. Others suggested that a secret missile test had gone wrong, or that a malfunction in one of the submarine's own experimental weapons had caused an explosion even more devastating than the official reports admitted. While the Russian government eventually concluded that a faulty torpedo was to blame, not everyone was convinced. The delayed and inconsistent responses from officials only deepened the suspicions. To this day, some still question whether the full truth about what happened in the depths of the Barents Sea has ever been revealed. For the families of the crew, there was never any mystery. Only grief, anger, and a desperate need for answers that came too slowly and too carefully worded. Their reactions to the government's handling of the disaster were raw and painful. Many felt abandoned, not just by the Navy, but by the entire state apparatus that was supposed to protect its servicemen. When officials finally met with grieving relatives, the meetings often descended into chaos, with accusations, tears, and frustration boiling over. In one unforgettable moment, a mother who had lost her son had to be forcibly sedated on live television after shouting at the authorities, an image that came to symbolize the human cost of the government's inaction. Over time, some families received compensation, and the Russian state eventually honored the fallen sailors. But for many, the wounds never closed. They had watched their loved ones die not just because of an accident, but because of a system that had failed them at every step. When the wreckage of the Kursk was finally raised from the seabed, there was intense concern about what to do with its nuclear reactor. 2 reactors had powered the massive submarine, and though they had shut down automatically after the explosion, their condition after months underwater was uncertain. The last thing Russia needed was a radiation leak in Arctic waters. Specialized teams worked carefully to remove and secure the reactors, ensuring they would not pose a future threat. They were eventually transported to a facility for decommissioning, disappearing from public view as quietly as possible, yet another part of the Kursk story that faded into secrecy. Despite the government's reluctance to dwell on the disaster, the Kursk has been remembered in films, books, and documentaries. The 2018 film Kursk, also known as The Command, dramatized the event, focusing on the trapped sailors and the doomed rescue efforts. Documentaries like The Sinking of the Kursk have examined the technical details and the political failures that surrounded the disaster. Many books have been written about it, some purely investigative, others more speculative, exploring the theories that still persist. The Kursk has remained a subject of fascination because it is more than just a naval tragedy. It is a story about politics, secrecy, and the cost of pride. Relics from the Kursk do exist, though they are not widely displayed. Some pieces of the submarine were preserved and placed in memorials, particularly in Russia, where monuments to the lost sailors stand in several cities. The most well-known is in Murmansk, where a section of the submarine's conning tower was turned into a memorial, a stark and silent reminder of the men who never came home. Though the wreck itself was largely dismantled after recovery, its legacy remains, not just in metal and stone, but in the lessons learned and the lives lost. The Kursk may be gone, but its story refuses to sink. 6. James Cameron's Deep Sea Challenger 2012. First solo dive to Challenger Deep. James Cameron's descent into Challenger Deep in 2012 was not merely an exploration of the deepest known point in the ocean. It was a singular confrontation between human ingenuity and the crushing silence of the abyss. Piloting the Deep Sea Challenger, a submersible designed specifically for this mission, he ventured to a depth of 10,908 meters, 35,787 feet. Alone, in a journey that lasted nearly 7 hours in descent and 3 hours on the ocean floor. It was a feat never before accomplished solo, a dive into the unknown with nothing but a cocoon of technology separating him from an environment that has more in common with extraterrestrial landscapes than any place on Earth. Unlike previous dives to Challenger Deep, which had always been crewed by at least 2 people, this was a solitary plunge into the hadal depths. Even the legendary Trieste expedition of 1960 had 2 occupants, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh. But Cameron was alone, enclosed in a vertical torpedo-like vessel built with cutting-edge materials and techniques. This submersible, unlike bulky predecessors, was engineered for efficiency and endurance in an environment where a single flaw in design could mean instant death. The Deep Sea Challenger was constructed with a specially designed syntactic foam, lighter than water yet capable of withstanding the unimaginable pressures of the deep. Unlike previous deep diving vehicles, which relied on a more traditional spherical pressure hull, Cameron's craft featured an elongated, vertical design that optimized buoyancy and stability. It was an experiment in how far human engineering could stretch against the extremities of the natural world. The conditions Cameron endured were beyond comprehension. At such crushing depths, the pressure reached over 1,000 times that of the surface. an unseen force squeezing every inch of the vessel, an omnipresent reminder of how little human life belongs there. It was cold, the temperature hovering just above freezing, and the absolute darkness outside was broken only by the sub's LED lights, which illuminated a landscape no human had seen firsthand in over 50 years. Any mechanical failure could have meant entrapment in the depths, far beyond the reach of rescue. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional creaks of the sub's frame adjusting to the immense weight of the ocean pressing against it. Communication was fragile, a tenuous thread tying him to the world above. A custom-designed acoustic communication system allowed him to send and receive messages, but at such depths, signals faced delay and distortion. There was no room for lengthy conversations, just precise, carefully worded exchanges. He was, in every sense, alone, relying on technology and an unyielding determination to accomplish what no individual had before. His time on the ocean floor was brief but revelatory. Unlike the fantastical landscapes depicted in films, there was no alien city of bizarre creatures awaiting him. Only a desolate, almost lunar expanse of fine sediment, a place so rarely touched by life that it felt otherworldly. The visibility was unexpectedly good, allowing him to capture high-resolution footage that would later bring this unseen realm to millions. He hoped to find large organisms, but instead, he encountered only tiny amphipods, fragile-looking creatures somehow surviving in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. When he finally resurfaced, breaking through the waves after a rapid ascent, he was no longer just a filmmaker. He had become one of the few humans to ever reach the true depths of the world's oceans. His journey was not just about exploration, but about proving that the boundaries of human endeavor could still be pushed, that even in an age where satellites map distant planets and rovers explore Mars, there are still places on Earth left to be discovered. James Cameron's descent into Challenger Deep was not just about reaching the bottom, it was about looking into the hidden corners of a world untouched by light, where life exists under pressures that would crush a submarine hull in an instant. His submersible, outfitted with high-definition cameras and robotic arms, was an extension of his own senses, reaching into an environment where no human had ever lingered alone before. The expectation was that, in this isolated, extreme realm, he might encounter creatures that had never been documented, perhaps even life forms that defied conventional biological understanding. But the reality was both humbling and unsettling. The life he found was sparse, not the alien-like, giant organisms that people often imagine in the deep but tiny, ghostly amphipods. Transparent shrimp-like creatures, some barely an inch long, drifting through the crushing silence. Their presence was a testament to the resilience of life, surviving in complete darkness with barely any organic material drifting down from the ocean above. What was missing, however, was just as striking. He saw no fish, no large organisms, nothing comparable to what had been recorded in slightly shallower trenches. It was a stark contrast to the depths of the ocean just a few thousand feet above Challenger Deep, where strange, otherworldly fish have been observed. At this absolute depth, it seemed that vertebrate life reached a limit, unable to withstand the pressure beyond a certain threshold. The footage revealed something even more unexpected. The fine sediment of the ocean floor was eerily smooth, like an undisturbed, powdery desert, untouched by time. This was a place where currents barely existed, where the sand had settled into an almost lunar stillness. Cameron's lights illuminated the vast emptiness, a desolate terrain shaped by forces far beyond human timescales. But even in this alien stillness, there was an unwelcome familiarity, evidence of human presence in a place where no human should be. Among the ancient layers of sediment, there were traces of pollution, fragments of plastic, something that should have been impossible in one of the most inaccessible places on Earth. The realization was sobering. If plastic had found its way here, there was no part of the planet left untouched by human hands. Geologically, the trench floor revealed steep cliffs and deep valleys, shaped by the slow but relentless movement of tectonic forces. The Mariana Trench is an active subduction zone, where one plate is being forced beneath another, grinding and compressing rock into the deep. Cameron's descent captured images of jagged outcroppings and bizarre formations sculpted by immense pressure. These formations told a story of a planet still in motion, a reminder that the seafloor is not a static, dead place but a shifting, evolving landscape. When compared to the observations made by Trieste in 1960, Cameron's discoveries were both an extension and a challenge to what was previously understood. The Trieste mission had recorded seeing a flatfish at the bottom, something that scientists now doubt, given the biological constraints of life at such extreme pressures. Cameron's footage suggested that vertebrate life could not survive at this depth, reinforcing the idea that the absolute lower limit for fish might be somewhere above Challenger Deep. The technology of the Deepsea Challenger allowed for a much clearer, longer, and more detailed observation of the trench than Trieste ever could, revealing an ecosystem that was more barren and yet more fragile than previously imagined. The expedition was not just about what was discovered, but what was realized. It confirmed that even in the most remote, extreme depths of the planet, human influence had already left its mark. It showed that while life could persist against overwhelming odds, it was also more vulnerable than we might have believed. The deep sea, once thought to be a world beyond our reach, had already been changed by the civilization far above it. Cameron's journey was not just a dive into the unknown. It was a confrontation with the reality that no place on Earth is truly untouched anymore. The Deepsea Challenger was not just a submersible. It was a radical experiment in deep-sea engineering, a machine built to defy the very nature of the abyss. Unlike the heavy, spherical designs of previous deep-diving vehicles, it was tall, slender, almost missile-like, a vertical column built to slice through the crushing depths rather than resist them with brute force. Every aspect of its design was dictated by the physics of survival in an environment where the weight of the ocean could turn steel into dust. The key to its success lay in the material that made up most of its structure, an advanced syntactic foam, a composite engineered specifically for deep-sea exploration. Traditional metals, no matter how thick, would be impractically heavy at such depths. This foam, however, was both buoyant and incompressible, composed of tiny glass microspheres embedded in resin, allowing it to maintain its shape and integrity under pressure that would crush a nuclear submarine. The pilot's sphere, the only part of the craft that needed to hold an atmosphere, was a tiny titanium pod barely large enough for Cameron to sit inside. The walls were just thick enough to endure the unimaginable pressure, over 16,000 pounds per square inch, while remaining as light as possible. Even the placement of components was meticulously calculated to ensure that no weak points could be exploited by the abyss. Moving through Challenger Deep was no easy feat. Unlike shallower submersibles that used traditional propellers, the Deep-Sea Challenger relied on a series of thrusters driven by lithium polymer batteries. Lightweight, energy-dense, and designed to withstand extreme conditions. These thrusters gave Cameron the ability to make delicate adjustments in positioning. But there was no effortless drifting or smooth navigation. Every movement had to be deliberate. Every push of the controls a fight against the near-zero buoyancy of the craft in this alien environment. The trench floor was not a place for casual exploration. Any sudden movement could stir up fine sediment, obscuring vision and turning the dive into a blind descent into nothingness. Seeing in the dark was another challenge entirely. The Deepsea Challenger was equipped with an array of custom-designed LED lights, powerful enough to cut through the inky blackness yet built to withstand the immense pressure. Traditional lights, with their delicate filaments and fragile housings, would not survive here. These LEDs, encased in thick pressure-resistant enclosures, provided a cold, stark illumination, less like a warm glow and more like a surgical spotlight revealing the alien world beyond the sub's viewport. The cameras, too, were a marvel of engineering, capturing high-definition footage in an environment where no natural light had ever existed. They were built to function in conditions colder than freezing, their lenses and sensors carefully designed to avoid condensation and ice formation that could obscure the historic images they were recording. Safety was not an afterthought. It was an obsession. There was no rescue team waiting at the bottom of the trench, no margin for error. If something failed, Cameron would have only himself and the systems he trusted. The submersible was designed with multiple redundant ballast systems, heavy weights that could be dropped mechanically, electrically, or even by melting a fuse with a battery charge, ensuring that if all else failed, the sub would still rise back to the surface. The sphere itself was reinforced to an extreme, but the reality was that if it cracked, there would be no time to react. Every system had to work flawlessly, and every backup had to be as reliable as the primary function. The Deep-Sea Challenger was not just built to go deep, it was built to survive in a place where nothing was meant to survive. It was the product of years of engineering breakthroughs, of pushing materials and technology to their absolute limits. And in the end, it was the only thing standing between Cameron and the crushing weight of the hadal depths. For more than half a century, Challenger Deep remained one of the last untouched frontiers on Earth, not because of a lack of curiosity, but because the sheer difficulty of returning to such depths was nearly insurmountable. No solo mission had ever been attempted before 2012 because the challenge wasn't just surviving the journey. It was building something that could make the descent function in absolute isolation and return safely to the surface. The only prior manned mission to the bottom had been in 1960, when Jacques Picard and Don Walsh piloted the Trieste, a massive, steel-hulled bathyscaphe built more like a slow-moving, reinforced balloon than a maneuverable submersible. That dive had been historic, but it had also been brief. They had touched down for just 20 minutes before being forced to ascend, with their visibility obscured by disturbed sediment and their submersible creaking under the immense pressure. After that, no human returned. Cameron's dive was entirely different. Where Trieste had been a government-funded experiment, a proof of concept rather than an exploratory mission, the Deep-Sea Challenger was built for more. More maneuverability, more observation, more scientific value. Trieste had been a brute force approach to the problem, relying on sheer thickness of material and an almost balloon-like structure to make the descent. Cameron's sub, by contrast, was an evolution of deep-sea engineering, designed with advanced materials and cutting-edge technology that allowed him to stay at the bottom for hours rather than minutes. Unlike the free-falling Trieste, Cameron had the ability to navigate, to capture high-definition footage, to interact with the environment rather than merely endure it. One of the most remarkable aspects of this mission was its funding. Deep-sea exploration had historically been the domain of governments and large institutions, as the cost and complexity made it nearly impossible for private individuals to take part. The Trieste dive was backed by the U.S. Navy, and many subsequent unmanned missions were also government-driven, focused more on military or geophysical research than on pure discovery. Cameron's mission, however, was different. It was privately funded, a rare example of an individual pushing the boundaries of exploration with resources outside the traditional institutions of science. This wasn't a state-funded endeavor for national prestige. It was the vision of a filmmaker with an obsession for the deep. In many ways, it foreshadowed the shift toward privately driven exploration seen in space travel, where individuals and private companies began taking on roles once reserved for government agencies. The technology needed for this dive simply hadn't existed before. In 1960, the idea of lightweight, pressure-resistant syntactic foam was in its infancy. Materials capable of surviving such depths were impractically heavy, and the ability to construct deep diving cameras and lights that could function under such conditions was beyond reach. By 2012, advancements in composites, energy storage, and miniaturization had changed everything. The Deep-Sea Challenger was built from materials that had only recently become viable. Lighter, stronger, and more resilient than anything used in previous missions. High-definition cameras had shrunk in size while improving in quality, LEDs had replaced fragile incandescent bulbs, and sophisticated thruster systems allowed for true navigation rather than simple free-fall descent. These weren't just improvements, they were the difference between a brief visit and an actual exploration. Before Cameron's dive, deep-sea research had largely shifted toward remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous systems. Machines like Japan's Keiko and the U.S. Navy's Nereus had made it to Challenger Deep, capturing data and imagery, but no human had been back since Trieste. The field had progressed, but without a human presence, exploration had been limited to what robotic eyes could capture. Cameron's mission reminded the world that there is still something irreplaceable about human curiosity at the frontier. He wasn't just a pilot. He was a witness, an explorer able to react, adjust, and interpret what he saw in real time. His dive didn't just prove that solo exploration at such depths was possible. It reignited interest in the deep, reminding the world that there are still places left to explore, still mysteries hidden beneath the waves, waiting for someone bold enough to descend into the unknown. The Deep-Sea Challenger was not just an experimental submersible. It was an untested vessel being pushed to its absolute limits, and the ocean does not tolerate mistakes. Launching it was as much an act of precision as it was an act of faith. The mission began in the Western Pacific, in the waters of the Mariana Trench, where the ocean floor drops away into a chasm deeper than Mount Everest is tall. The sub was hoisted overboard from a support ship, suspended like an artifact from another world. hanging above the abyss before being released into the sea. As it slipped beneath the surface, it marked the beginning of a journey that no human had ever attempted alone. The preparation for this moment had been relentless. The team had spent years designing, refining, and testing every aspect of the submersible, but the ocean is an unpredictable force, and there were no guarantees. One of the biggest challenges was simply the scale of what they were attempting. No one had built a craft quite like this before. Tall and narrow rather than wide and spherical, designed to descend vertically rather than hover horizontally. Every component had to function in an environment where failure meant instant catastrophe. Even minor leaks at shallower depths could become lethal at full descent. The team battled setbacks, mechanical failures, delays, and the constant need to troubleshoot problems that had no precedent. Testing had been brutal because it had to be. The sub was placed in high-pressure chambers designed to simulate the crushing weight of the hadal zone, ensuring that every seal, every joint, every system could endure forces beyond anything experienced on Earth's surface. The syntactic foam, the titanium sphere, the ballast systems. Each was pushed to the breaking point in controlled environments before they ever touched the ocean. Even Cameron himself underwent training for the worst-case scenarios. If something went wrong at depth, there would be no rescue. He had to know how to respond, not with panic, but with the precise actions that might bring him back to the surface. The descent itself was an exercise in patience. Free falling through the water column, the sub took over 2.5 hours to reach the bottom, its weight pulling it downward through an environment that gradually shifted from twilight to total blackness. The temperature dropped, the pressure built, and the only sounds were the distant creaks of the sub's structure flexing against forces beyond comprehension. Cameron sat in near total stillness inside the cramped titanium sphere, the only human in a place no human was meant to go. The return to the surface was much faster, just over an hour. The sub relied on its carefully engineered ballast system, which, when released, allowed the natural buoyancy of the foam to pull it upward. Rising through the water column, Cameron was once again reminded of the vastness of the ocean, the sheer distance between the world he had left behind and the one he was returning to. There were no windows in his capsule, only cameras feeding back an image of what lay outside. In those final moments, before he breached the surface, it was as if he were emerging not from the sea, but from another world entirely. Cameron wasn't just a pilot on this mission. He had been part of the design from the beginning. He had worked alongside engineers, not just funding the project, but shaping its direction, testing ideas, and insisting on innovations that would make the dive possible. He wasn't a passenger in someone else's creation. He was at the heart of it, making decisions that balanced risk, science, and the raw need for exploration. This was not a mission commissioned by governments or institutions. It was a personal descent into the unknown, driven by a mind that refused to accept the limits of human reach. And when he finally surfaced, when the hatch was opened and sunlight touched his face again, he had done what no one else in history had ever done. He had gone alone into the deepest place on Earth, and come back to tell the story. For a moment, James Cameron's descent into Challenger Deep felt like something out of a forgotten era, an age when exploration meant pushing into the unknown with nothing but human ingenuity and a machine built for survival. When the news broke that he had completed the first solo dive to Earth's deepest point, the scientific community reacted with a mixture of excitement, curiosity, and, in some corners, skepticism. Deep-sea research had long been dominated by remotely operated vehicles and robotic exploration, so the idea of a filmmaker-turned-explorer plunging 7 miles down into the abyss was met with both admiration and caution. Oceanographers and marine biologists recognized the significance of the mission. Human presence at such depths is invaluable, offering real-time observation that no robotic probe can match. Others questioned whether a single-person dive, rather than an institutionally backed scientific expedition, could truly advance the field. But what couldn't be denied was that for the first time in more than 50 years, Challenger Deep was no longer an unreachable place. The public reaction was something else entirely. Deep-sea exploration had never captured mainstream attention the way space travel did. There were no grand launches, no astronauts floating in microgravity, no views of Earth from orbit. But Cameron's mission, with its blend of technological audacity and personal risk, reignited something. For a brief window, the world was reminded that the oceans are still a vast, unexplored frontier, that the mysteries beneath the waves are no less profound than those beyond the atmosphere. People who had never given a second thought to the hadal zone suddenly found themselves watching footage of an alien world that existed right here on Earth. Schools, science organizations, and even private ventures took renewed interest in the deep, as if the mission had reopened a door that had quietly been closing. Beyond the spectacle, the dive yielded something tangible: new data, new footage, and a fresh perspective on Earth's most extreme environment. High-resolution images revealed never-before-seen details of the trench floor, showing how life adapted to pressures over 1,000 times greater than at the surface. Sediment samples provided insights into microbial ecosystems thriving in total darkness. The mission confirmed that even in the most hostile environments, life persists in ways still barely understood. Perhaps most disturbingly, it also showed evidence of human impact. Plastic debris at the bottom of the trench, a stark reminder that no place on Earth remains untouched by civilization. Criticism was inevitable. Some questioned whether the mission was more of a personal quest than a scientific endeavor, arguing that an individual-driven project, no matter how ambitious, lacked the rigor of a large-scale research expedition. Others pointed out that the dive, while historic, was still just one visit, a snapshot of Challenger Deep rather than a long-term study. But these arguments miss something fundamental. Exploration itself is an act of defiance against the unknown. Cameron's dive didn't need to be the final word on the hadal depths. It was the spark that proved returning was possible. And in the end, that's how progress is made. One descent, one step, one risk at a time. The footage captured during the dive would prove to be one of its most enduring contributions. Unlike past missions, which relied on grainy images and limited video capability, Cameron's cameras brought Challenger Deep to life with stunning clarity. The raw visual record of the trench, a place more distant from human experience than the surface of the moon, became a tool for researchers and a source of inspiration for a new generation of ocean explorers. The documentary that followed did more than just recount the mission. It created a lasting record of what it meant to go that deep, to see that world firsthand. In an era where most frontiers feel mapped and understood, it was a reminder that some places remain unexplored, waiting for the next mind brave enough to descend into the unknown. The Deep Sea Challenger was never meant to be a museum piece. It was built for a single purpose: to take a human being into the deepest part of the ocean and return safely. Once that mission was completed, its future became uncertain. For a time, it remained with Cameron's team, a machine that had done what no other had before. Then, in 2013, it was donated to the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, one of the world's leading centers for deep-sea research. The hope was that its design and technology could contribute to future submersibles, that its innovations might lead to a new era of human exploration in the hadal zone. But before it could fulfill that purpose, tragedy struck. In 2015, while being transported by truck, the Deep Sea Challenger was badly damaged in an accident. The vehicle that had survived the crushing weight of the ocean was broken by something as mundane as a road crash. Its active use in future missions came to an abrupt end, but the knowledge gained from its creation lived on. Cameron's dive did more than prove that a solo journey to Challenger Deep was possible. It showed that deep-sea exploration had been stagnant for too long, that the technology to return to these depths had been within reach but had gone undeveloped. His findings reignited interest in the hadal zone, prompting renewed discussions about the role of human presence in extreme environments. The discovery of life thriving in conditions once thought nearly uninhabitable pushed biologists to reconsider the limits of survival, while the confirmation of plastic waste at the bottom of the trench underscored the global reach of human pollution. It was a stark contradiction. The most remote place on Earth, still marked by human hands. Technologically, the mission was a turning point. The Deep Sea Challenger introduced new approaches to submersible design, particularly in the use of lightweight syntactic foam that could withstand crushing pressures without the bulk of traditional bathyscaphes. Its vertical orientation, thruster system, and high-definition imaging capabilities influenced the next generation of deep-diving vehicles. Other researchers and engineers took note, incorporating elements of its design into newer systems meant for ocean exploration, resource extraction, and even extraterrestrial research. The idea of a compact, maneuverable sub capable of reaching the deepest points on the planet was no longer theoretical. It had been done. In the years that followed, organizations and scientists built upon Cameron's work, though not in the way one might expect. The focus remained largely on robotic and unmanned exploration, with vehicles like China's Fendouz and the United States Orpheus pushing further into the hadal depths. These missions benefited from the technological advancements inspired by the Deepsea Challenger but took a different approach, prioritizing repeated access over human presence. However, the idea that Challenger Deep could be revisited by individuals didn't fade. Others took up the challenge, proving that Cameron's dive was not an isolated event, but the start of something larger. Since 2012, the trench has seen new human visitors. In 2019, private adventurer Victor Vescovo piloted the DSV limiting factor on multiple dives to Challenger Deep, breaking Cameron's depth record and making history as the first person to reach the trench more than once. Unlike Cameron's mission, which was a single descent, Vescovo's dives were part of a larger project, one that mapped the trench with an accuracy never before achieved. His success marked the shift from deep-sea exploration as a rare feat to something that, while still extraordinary, was becoming repeatable. Cameron's expedition was never just about one man's descent. It was about proving that there was still something left to explore, that the deep ocean wasn't a dead end but an open door. The Deep-Sea Challenger itself may have been damaged, but its legacy remained intact. It showed the world that there are still places on Earth where the frontier is real, where the unknown is not just an idea but a physical space waiting for the next person willing to risk the descent. James Cameron was never just a filmmaker. He was a world builder, obsessed with the details of places that no one had ever seen. His films, from The Abyss to Titanic to Avatar, were driven by a fascination with the unknown, an urge to make the impossible feel tangible. That obsession bled into the Deep-Sea Challenger mission. Every aspect of the dive was influenced by his cinematic instincts, from the design of the submersible to the way the journey was documented. The high-definition 3D cameras mounted on the sub weren't an afterthought. They were essential, built to capture a world that had never been seen with such clarity. His understanding of lighting, framing, and storytelling made sure that what he brought back wasn't just data, but an experience. One that could immerse scientists and the public alike in the vast, alien darkness of Challenger Deep. The dive itself wasn't without risk. Even the best planning can't account for the way a machine will behave 7 miles down, where the pressure is so immense that a single structural failure would mean instant death. At one point, Cameron lost a significant portion of his sub's thruster power, limiting his ability to maneuver on the ocean floor. Another unexpected failure came when one of the external hydraulic arms, meant to collect samples, stopped functioning entirely. What should have been a hands-on scientific survey turned into a passive observation. But the biggest danger wasn't mechanical. It was the sheer isolation. If something went wrong, there was no quick rescue, no emergency escape. It was just him, in a capsule barely wider than his body, surrounded by a crushing silence that had never been broken by a human voice before. Cameron had been chasing this dive for decades. His passion for the deep sea wasn't just about curiosity. It was personal. He had spent years diving to shipwrecks, exploring trenches, and pushing himself further into the ocean's depths. Challenger Deep was the ultimate challenge, the last true abyss left to be explored. There was a purity to it, an escape from the noise of the surface world, a confrontation with something ancient and untouched. He wasn't just doing this for science or for history. He was doing it because some part of him needed to know what it felt like to be there, at the absolute bottom of the earth, completely alone. The mission wasn't just recorded. It became a story. The footage and data collected during the dive were later used to create Deep Sea Challenge 3D, a documentary that chronicled not just the journey itself, but the years of preparation, engineering, and personal drive that led up to it. While it didn't reach the same level of mainstream attention as Cameron's Hollywood films, it remains one of the most detailed visual records of deep-sea exploration ever created. The dive was also frequently referenced in interviews, scientific discussions, and oceanic research presentations, becoming a touchstone for those fascinated by what lies at the deepest points of the planet. Cameron himself has spoken often about the moment he reached the bottom. He described it as otherworldly, an empty, featureless expanse stretching beyond the reach of his lights, like standing on another planet. But more than anything, he spoke about the silence. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was the weight of being the only living thing for miles in every direction. The knowledge that no human had ever stood there before, that the only witness to his presence was the ocean itself. He described it as peaceful, even meditative, a moment where the vastness of the earth became personal. For all the engineering, the danger, the years of preparation. In the end, it came down to a man in a tiny metal shell, sitting alone in the deepest part of the world, listening to nothing but the sound of his own breath. 7. 5 Deep's Expedition, 2018 to 2019. First complete exploration of the 5 deepest oceans. The 5 Deep's Expedition, which took place from 2018 to 2019, was an unprecedented journey into the most hidden depths of Earth's oceans. Led by explorer and private investor Victor Vescovo, this mission sought to do what no one had ever done before: reach the deepest known point in each of the world's 5 oceans. While humanity had touched the surfaces of planets beyond Earth and even set foot on the moon, the deepest parts of our own planet remained almost entirely unexplored. This expedition was not just a test of technology, but of human ambition, curiosity, and endurance. The 5 locations explored were the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic, the South Sandwich Trench in the Southern Ocean, the Java Trench in the Indian Ocean, the Mariana Trench in the Pacific, and the Malloy Deep in the Arctic. Each of these trenches is a world of its own, places where sunlight has never reached, where pressures are so intense they would crush anything unprepared, and where life, if it exists, is forced to adapt to conditions that seem utterly alien. The DSV limiting factor, a specially designed submersible built to endure these extremes, was the only vehicle capable of making the repeated descents necessary for such a feat. Unlike previous deep-sea submersibles, which were designed for 1 or 2 dives to specific locations, limiting factor was built as a reusable craft capable of reaching full ocean depth multiple times without risk of structural failure. On its journey into these hidden abysses, limiting factor reached record depths: 8,376 meters in the Puerto Rico Trench, 7,434 meters in the South Sandwich Trench, 7,192 meters in the Java Trench, 10,925 meters in the Challenger Deep within the Mariana Trench, and 5,550 meters in the Malloy Deep. These numbers alone do little to convey the reality of the descent. Imagine dropping into an environment where, for hours, the only sound is the creaking of the hull under unimaginable pressure, where the blackness outside is so complete that even the brightest artificial lights seem to vanish into nothingness. Every meter deeper meant stepping further into an environment that few machines, let alone humans, had ever witnessed. What set this mission apart from past deep-sea explorations was its scope and repetition. Previous landmark dives, such as the 1960 Trieste mission to Challenger Deep or James Cameron's 2012 solo descent, were single-event journeys with highly specialized, one-time use vehicles. The limiting factor, by contrast, was designed as a long-term tool for exploration, something that could be deployed again and again without fear of failure. This was a key difference. It turned deep-sea exploration from an occasional event into something more sustainable, allowing scientists to study the deepest ocean trenches in ways that had never been possible before. Surviving these depths required overcoming some of the harshest conditions on Earth. The pressure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench is over 1,000 times that of the surface, capable of crushing even the strongest materials if they have the slightest imperfection. The temperatures hover just above freezing, and the complete lack of light means the submersible relies entirely on its own instrumentation to navigate. Any failure of the hull, life support, or electrical systems would be catastrophic. Yet, despite these dangers, the expedition was a success, proving that the deep ocean was no longer an impenetrable frontier. From start to finish, the entire expedition took about 10 months. In less than a year, humanity went from having only fragmented glimpses of these hidden worlds to achieving a complete survey of the 5 deepest points on Earth. Each dive added a piece to a puzzle that had remained unsolved for centuries, revealing not just the extreme conditions of these trenches, but also the life that somehow managed to persist in such an inhospitable place. What was once thought to be barren and lifeless was, in some cases, teeming with strange, unknown creatures. The 5 Deep's expedition was not just about breaking records. It was about redefining our understanding of our own planet, proving that the greatest mysteries might not lie in the stars above, but in the darkness below. The 5 Deep's expedition was not just a journey to the ocean's deepest trenches. It was a voyage into the unknown, a chance to uncover secrets hidden for millions of years beneath crushing pressure and eternal darkness. Every descent into these abyssal realms carried the possibility of encountering something no human had ever seen before. And that's exactly what happened. Among the most remarkable discoveries were entirely new species, strange life forms that had adapted to survive in conditions so extreme they defied expectations. In the Java Trench, scientists observed an entirely new species of hadal snailfish, a gelatinous, translucent creature that seemed almost too delicate to endure such an environment. Other trenches revealed amphipods, tiny crustaceans, never before catalogued, some with bizarre adaptations like elongated limbs and ghostly pale exoskeletons. The South Sandwich Trench yielded an unexpected find: swarms of supergiant amphipods, creatures far larger than their shallow water relatives, raising questions about why gigantism develops in such deep-sea environments. But the discoveries were not limited to biology. The geological features of the trenches held their own surprises. The Puerto Rico Trench, for example, revealed steep, rugged walls shaped by massive undersea landslides, evidence of the immense geological forces still shaping the deep ocean floor. The South Sandwich Trench, being located near one of the most geologically active regions on Earth, displayed hydrothermal vent-like formations that hinted at unseen volcanic activity. In the Challenger Deep, the Mariana Trench's deepest point, scientists found an eerie, almost otherworldly landscape of silt-covered rock formations shaped by currents so slow they seemed frozen in time. Each location had a distinct character, shaped by millennia of tectonic movement, pressure, and isolation. Perhaps the most sobering discovery of the entire expedition was the unmistakable presence of human impact, even in these remote and untouched places. Plastic waste was found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, a stark reminder that pollution reaches even the most extreme environments on Earth. Some amphipods collected from the deepest points showed signs of microplastic contamination in their bodies, proving that no part of the planet is truly beyond the reach of human activity. It was a disturbing revelation, one that forced the team to confront the reality that the deep ocean, once thought to be immune to human interference, was not as untouched as previously believed. These findings reshaped the way scientists viewed the deep sea. The idea that the trenches were barren, lifeless voids was shattered. Instead, they were thriving, albeit fragile, ecosystems, each with its own distinct inhabitants and geological identity. The realization that life could exist at such extreme pressures, feeding off whatever organic material managed to sink that far, opened new avenues for understanding how organisms adapt to the most inhospitable conditions. It even had implications beyond Earth. If life could survive here, in absolute darkness and crushing pressure, what might be possible in the deep oceans of Europa or Enceladus? The 5 Deeps expedition didn't just map the ocean's deepest points. It redefined what was possible in deep-sea exploration and forced humanity to reckon with the reality that the deep is not some distant, disconnected world. It is a part of our planet, affected by our actions, and home to life that has adapted in ways we are only beginning to understand. Each trench, with its own unique mysteries, proved that even in the most extreme environments on Earth, there is still much to discover. The limiting factor was unlike any submersible that had come before it. Most deep-diving vehicles were designed for a single mission, a one-time descent to extreme depths where every component had to withstand nearly unimaginable pressure. But this sub was built to go down again and again, a fully reusable, human-occupied craft capable of reaching the bottom of any ocean on Earth. That had never been done before. The secret was in its construction. The pressure hull was made from a single forged piece of titanium, with walls over 3 inches thick, able to endure more than 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level without deformation or fatigue. Unlike past deep-sea vehicles that relied on heavy steel or complex syntactic foams, the limiting factor was streamlined, built for both durability and efficiency. Previous deep-diving subs, like Trieste in 1960 or James Cameron's Deep-Sea Challenger in 2012, had serious limitations. Trieste relied on gasoline-filled floats for buoyancy and was essentially a one-use machine for the deepest trenches. Cameron's sub, while innovative, had a complex shape that limited maneuverability and was never intended for repeated dives. The limiting factor changed everything by being fully operational across multiple missions. It was built to be pressure neutral, meaning its buoyancy didn't rely on compressible materials, making it far more reliable. It also used a new generation of syntactic foam to maintain stability, and its thrusters allowed for precise navigation even in the slow-moving abyssal currents. Inside the titanium sphere, the life support system had to be both robust and efficient. There was no margin for failure. Oxygen levels were carefully regulated, with carbon dioxide scrubbers removing exhaled CO2 to prevent dangerous buildups. The sub also had an emergency backup system in case of a failure, ensuring the pilot had enough breathable air for extended periods. Internal temperature control was essential. At full ocean depth, the water outside is just above freezing, and without proper insulation, the interior would become dangerously cold. But the biggest threat was pressure. Every component, from viewports to hatches, had to be designed to withstand the crushing force outside without the slightest weakness, because even the smallest flaw could lead to catastrophic failure. Gathering data at such depths wasn't just a challenge. It was a necessity. Every dive was an opportunity to map areas of the ocean floor that had never been seen before, and accuracy was critical. The team used a combination of sonar mapping, high-resolution cameras, and sample collection tools to record everything in detail. Multi-beam sonar systems scanned the ocean floor, creating precise 3D models of trench structures that had only ever been roughly estimated. Every new species, rock formation, or trace of human impact was meticulously cataloged. The sub's external robotic arms allowed for physical samples to be taken, ensuring that discoveries weren't just observed but could be studied in detail back on the surface. Communication was another challenge. At extreme depths, traditional radio waves don't work, as seawater absorbs them almost completely. Instead, the team relied on ultra-low-frequency acoustic signals to transmit basic messages between the limiting factor and the surface. While real-time, high-bandwidth communication was impossible, predetermined check-ins ensured that Vescovo could send status updates and receive critical instructions if needed. The support ship, Pressure Drop, was equipped with advanced tracking systems, allowing the team to monitor the sub's position even in total darkness. All of these innovations made the limiting factor not just a record-breaking vehicle, but a technological leap forward. It turned the hadal zone, the deepest, most extreme environment on Earth, into a place that could be explored regularly, not just visited once and abandoned. The sub wasn't just built to reach the bottom of the ocean. It was built to return again and again, bringing back knowledge of a world that had remained hidden for far too long. For most of human history, the deepest parts of the ocean remained as mysterious as the farthest reaches of space. The technology to reach such extreme depths simply didn't exist, and even when progress was made, the challenges remained nearly insurmountable. The crushing pressures of the hadal zone, where water density increases so much that even metal can become brittle, made repeatable exploration nearly impossible. Until the 5 Deeps expedition, no one had ever visited all 5 of the ocean's deepest trenches, not because of a lack of curiosity, but because the risks and limitations had always been too great. Previous missions had made history, but they were isolated events. In 1960, the Trieste descended into the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the Mariana Trench, proving that humans could physically reach such depths. But Trieste was little more than an experimental craft. Its gasoline-filled floats and massive bulk made it impractical for further use. It was a triumph of engineering, but not of repeatable exploration. For decades after, no one attempted anything similar. The ocean's depths remained largely untouched, with only robotic landers and sonar surveys providing glimpses of what lay below. It wasn't until 2012 that filmmaker James Cameron piloted Deepsea Challenger to the bottom of the Challenger Deep. His mission was groundbreaking in its own right, but the submersible was built for a single goal: a one-time descent into the deepest point of the ocean, with no intention of returning for further dives. The 5 Deeps expedition succeeded because it didn't rely on one-off technology. Advances in materials science, navigation, and life support meant that deep-sea submersibles were no longer fragile, single-use machines. The limiting factor was the first sub designed to be fully reusable at full ocean depth, capable of reaching any trench multiple times without structural degradation. Titanium, which had once been too expensive and difficult to machine for deep-sea hulls, could now be forged into a seamless pressure sphere. Sonar mapping had improved to the point where these hidden trenches could be explored with unprecedented precision, allowing the team to navigate safely where past explorers could only estimate their positions. Mapping these deep-sea locations was about more than just breaking records. The ocean floor is a vast, uncharted landscape, and understanding its topography helps with everything from predicting earthquakes to identifying deep-sea ecosystems. Many of these trenches are sites of major tectonic activity, where massive geological forces are constantly reshaping the planet. More accurate maps of these areas help scientists understand plate movements in subduction zones, which can lead to a better understanding of tsunamis and seismic activity. Each trench was a new world, and putting them on the map was a step toward unlocking their hidden processes. Beyond mapping, the expedition contributed to oceanographic research in ways that will continue to shape the field for decades. The discovery of new species and deep-sea adaptations expanded biological knowledge of life in extreme environments. The presence of pollution, even at the bottom of the ocean, underscored the true scale of human impact on the planet. And perhaps most importantly, the expedition proved that deep-sea exploration could be more than just a rare achievement. It could be a continuous, ongoing pursuit. The Five Deeps expedition wasn't the end of an era, it was the beginning of a new one, where the deep ocean was no longer a place to be visited once and forgotten, but a frontier that could finally be explored in depth. Moving a deep-sea submersible across the globe, from one remote trench to another, was as much an engineering challenge as building the limiting factor itself. Unlike spacecraft, which are launched once and sent on their way, this sub had to be carefully transported, maintained, and deployed in vastly different oceanic conditions, sometimes in calm, tropical waters, other times in some of the most unpredictable and hostile seas on the planet. The entire expedition depended on the pressure drop, a specially retrofitted support vessel that carried not just the submersible, but an entire team of engineers, scientists, and logistics experts who ensured that each dive went exactly as planned. Without this ship, the mission would have been impossible. The logistical challenges were staggering. Each trench was thousands of miles apart, meaning the pressure drop had to cross multiple oceans, often through rough waters and extreme weather. Every fuel stop, supply restock, and equipment check had to be meticulously scheduled. In some cases, the expedition had to wait for favorable conditions. Some deep-sea locations were in areas where storms and strong currents could delay operations for days. Transporting the limiting factor itself was no easy task either. The sub had to be carefully secured on deck, protected from salt spray and corrosion, while undergoing constant maintenance to ensure it remained in perfect working order. Unlike previous deep-sea missions, which focused on a single dive, this expedition required the limiting factor to perform repeatedly without failure. Each dive site had to be prepared before descent. Sonar mapping was essential. While rough depth estimates existed for these trenches, the precise landing zones needed to be identified beforehand. Autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, were sometimes deployed to get a clearer picture of the terrain. The team had to account for currents, pressure changes, and potential hazards like steep cliffs or unpredictable sediment shifts on the seafloor. Every dive required precise calculations to ensure that the limiting factor could descend smoothly, land safely, and return to the surface without issue. Keeping the submersible functional across multiple dives was another challenge. Every time the limiting factor surfaced, it underwent extensive checks. The titanium pressure hull was examined for any signs of stress, and the thrusters, lights, and robotic arms were tested to ensure they hadn't sustained damage. Electrical systems were inspected, life support functions recalibrated, and software updated as needed. Even the smallest issue could mean the difference between a successful dive and an aborted mission. Unlike other deep-sea vehicles, which were often retired after a single extreme depth dive, the limiting factor had to be capable of diving over and over again, a feat that had never been attempted before. Each descent was an event in itself, lasting several hours from launch to retrieval. The sub would be carefully lowered into the water, then allowed to sink under its own weight, descending at a controlled rate into the abyss. The journey to the bottom typically took over 4 hours, with Vescovo maintaining communication with the surface through acoustic signals. Once on the seafloor, the sub had limited time to explore before beginning the long ascent back to the surface, a process that could take just as long as the descent. Each successful return was a triumph, not just for the technology, but for the entire team that had worked tirelessly to make sure the mission kept moving forward. Across the 5 deepest trenches, the expedition faced everything from unpredictable currents to near-freezing temperatures, from technical malfunctions to the ever-present risk of mechanical failure in the most extreme environment on Earth. But the fact that every dive was completed, that the limiting factor successfully reached and returned from depths no human had repeatedly ventured before, was proof that the impossible had become possible. The deep ocean was no longer just a place to be glimpsed and left behind. It was now within reach. For scientists who had spent their careers studying the deep ocean with only fragments of data, sonar scans, robotic glimpses, and decades-old reports, the Five Deeps expedition was a revelation. It was one thing to hypothesize about the conditions in these extreme environments, but to have a human being descend into each of the five deepest places on Earth, returning with direct observations, high-resolution imagery, and physical samples, that was a milestone that couldn't be ignored. Researchers in marine biology, geology, and oceanography suddenly had a wealth of new data that refined long-standing theories and opened up entirely new questions. The discovery of never-before-seen species, unexpected trench formations, and even human pollution at the deepest points of the ocean forced the scientific community to reconsider just how much they truly understood about the planet's last unexplored frontier. The media's response was a mix of fascination and awe, but also, in some cases, a kind of quiet disbelief. Space exploration had long captured the public imagination, but deep-sea exploration had always been an afterthought, a mysterious, distant realm that seemed too hostile and inaccessible to warrant much attention. The fact that a private expedition, not a government-backed program, had pulled off such an ambitious feat caught many by surprise. News outlets covered the mission, often with dramatic headlines about humanity's final frontier being breached. But outside of scientific circles, the expedition didn't quite capture the same level of attention as a moon landing or a Mars rover. Still, for those who followed it closely, there was an undeniable sense that something historic had happened. One of the most tangible impacts was the renewed interest in funding deep-sea research. Oceanographic institutions, which had often struggled to secure financial support compared to space programs, found themselves with new arguments for why understanding the deep mattered. Governments and private organizations took notice. If a privately funded mission could accomplish this, what else was possible with further investment? The data collected from the Five Deeps expedition directly contributed to ongoing studies of marine ecosystems, extreme life forms, deep-sea tectonics, and even climate change, as researchers analyzed how these hidden environments connected to the broader workings of the planet. Of course, no major expedition comes without its criticisms. Some question the necessity of sending a human into such depths when robotic submersibles were already capable of collecting data without risk. Others pointed out the environmental impact of such an operation. Despite the mission's careful planning, every deployment of a large vessel and submersible into remote ocean regions carries some level of disruption. There were also debates about the commercialization of deep-sea exploration, with some arguing that private ventures like this, while groundbreaking, could lead to increased exploitation of deep-sea resources rather than pure scientific inquiry. Yet, despite these concerns, the mission undeniably pushed forward human understanding of the deep ocean. It wasn't just about setting records. It was about proving that deep-sea trenches weren't unreachable relics of mystery, but active, living environments that shaped the planet in ways still not fully understood. From the discovery of new life forms capable of surviving crushing pressures to the realization that even the most remote parts of the ocean were contaminated by human waste, the Five Deeps expedition didn't just reveal what was hidden. It forced a reevaluation of how the deep ocean connects to everything else. The abyss had always been distant, unknowable. Now, it was just a little less so. The Five Deeps expedition wasn't just a singular achievement, it was a turning point. For decades, deep-sea exploration had been hindered by fragile, one-use vehicles and a lack of sustained investment. The technology was often built for a single descent, an experiment rather than a tool for repeated study. But limiting factor changed that. It wasn't just designed to go deeper than any sub before. It was designed to do it again and again. The engineering behind its titanium hull, advanced thrusters, and long-duration life support systems set a new standard for what was possible. This wasn't a one-time success, it was a foundation for the future. The data collected during the dives didn't just sit in research archives. It became a key resource for ongoing studies in marine biology, geology, and even climate science. High-resolution maps of the ocean's deepest trenches allowed scientists to refine tectonic models, improving our understanding of how the Earth's crust shifts and deforms under extreme pressure. The biological samples, many of which included newly discovered species, provided insights into life in one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. The presence of human pollutants, found even in the most remote depths, added another layer to the growing concerns about global plastic contamination and the reach of human activity into places once thought untouchable. The expedition also did something intangible yet powerful. It reignited interest in the deep ocean. Historically, space had always overshadowed the sea when it came to grand exploration efforts. But after 5 deeps, deep sea exploration found itself in the spotlight again. More funding started flowing into hadal research. Governments, universities, and private explorers began to take note, realizing that with the right investment, the deepest trenches weren't out of reach. New initiatives were proposed, and a fresh wave of deep-sea missions began to take shape, many of them directly inspired by what limiting factor had achieved. As for the sub itself, its journey didn't end with the 5 deeps. Instead of being retired like so many deep-sea vehicles before it, limiting factor continued to be used for further missions. It became a reusable asset, proving that extreme depth exploration didn't have to be a rare event, but could become a routine capability. More dives were conducted, more trenches explored, and the knowledge gained kept expanding. Since the 5 deeps, deep-sea exploration has only advanced further. New vehicles, inspired by the technology of limiting factor, have been developed with improved efficiency, enhanced scientific tools, and better maneuverability. Missions are no longer about proving depth records. They're about sustained exploration, long-term research, and uncovering the secrets of the hadal zone. The 5 Deeps expedition didn't just explore the deepest places on Earth. It changed the way humanity approached the deep sea altogether. It turned the impossible into something repeatable, and that shift, more than any single dive, is its true legacy. Victor Vescovo wasn't just another explorer following in the footsteps of past adventurers. He was someone driven by an unrelenting need to push boundaries. A former naval officer, an investment firm co-founder, and an accomplished mountaineer who had already conquered the highest peaks on every continent. He had a habit of seeking out the extreme. But there was something about the deep ocean that fascinated him in a way nothing else had. While the highest mountains had been climbed and space had been traversed by astronauts for decades, the deepest parts of Earth's oceans remained largely untouched. It wasn't just about setting records. It was about answering a question. Why hadn't this been done before, and what would it take to make it possible? Even with meticulous planning, the expedition faced its fair share of unexpected dangers. The deep ocean is an environment that doesn't forgive mistakes. The crew encountered unpredictable currents, intense storms that delayed operations, and the ever-present possibility of mechanical failure in a place where rescue was impossible. During one descent, limiting factor struck the seafloor harder than expected, a stark reminder that even the best engineering had its limits when faced with the crushing pressures of the hadal zone. There were tense moments, technical malfunctions, and the constant reality that the margin for error was razor-thin. None of it would have been possible without private funding. Unlike space exploration, which has historically been dominated by government agencies, deep-sea exploration has largely been an afterthought when it comes to public funding. Vescovo's financial backing allowed the expedition to bypass bureaucratic delays and move forward with cutting-edge technology. The mission wasn't constrained by external decision-making processes, which meant innovation could happen quickly. It was a rare case where personal ambition aligned perfectly with scientific discovery. The inevitable comparison to James Cameron's Deep-Sea Challenger dive in 2012 is one that deep-sea enthusiasts often debate. Cameron's solo descent to the bottom of the Mariana Trench was groundbreaking, but it was a single dive in a one-use vehicle. Deep-Sea Challenger was innovative, but it wasn't built for repeated missions. The limiting factor, by contrast, was engineered for multiple extreme depth dives across different oceanic environments, making it the first vehicle to explore the deepest trenches in a systematic way. Cameron's dive was a proof of concept, a historic moment in deep-sea exploration. The 5 Deeps expedition was an operational revolution, proving that these depths weren't just reachable, but explorable. Balancing scientific objectives with logistics and finances was a constant struggle. Every dive had to justify its cost, not just in terms of funding, but in terms of time, resources, and risk. The team had to decide which data collection tools to prioritize, which sites warranted the most detailed mapping, and how to ensure that every descent provided maximum value. Science was at the heart of the mission, but it had to work within the constraints of a privately funded operation. Some discoveries were made simply because they could be, but others were carefully planned to ensure that the expedition wasn't just an adventure. It was a contribution to human knowledge. In the end, the Five Deeps expedition was an intersection of personal ambition, cutting-edge technology, and a willingness to explore places that had been left in the shadows for too long. It wasn't just about going deep. It was about proving that the deep could finally be within reach. 8. Titan Submersible Disaster, 2023. Implosion during Titanic expedition. The Titan Submersible Disaster of 2023 was a tragedy that unfolded in the depths of the North Atlantic, where 5 people, driven by curiosity and a desire for adventure, embarked on a journey to witness one of the most haunting relics of maritime history. The wreck of the Titanic. What should have been a controlled descent into the abyss ended in an instant, an implosion so sudden and catastrophic that none aboard had a moment to register what was happening. At the time of its implosion, the Titan was estimated to be around 3,500 to 3,800 meters deep, near the Titanic's final resting place. The descent was supposed to take about 2.5 hours, but contact was lost roughly an hour and 45 minutes into the dive. The first indication that something had gone wrong was silence. Radio communications between the submersible and its mothership abruptly ceased. At first, it was unclear whether this was a technical malfunction or something more severe, but when the expected resurfacing time passed with no sign of the vessel, it became evident that disaster had struck. The implosion itself happened in milliseconds, a crushing force that left no chance for survival. At Titanic's depth, the pressure is nearly 400 times greater than at sea level. If a submersible's hull fails, even by the smallest margin, the surrounding water doesn't seep in. It bursts through with an almost incomprehensible violence, collapsing everything inside instantly. The human brain wouldn't have had time to process pain or fear. Consciousness would have been extinguished before any signals could be sent from nerve to mind. Deep sea pressures are brutal and unforgiving. While the Titanic rests in a crushing environment, there are even more extreme depths, like the Mariana Trench, where pressures are over 1,000 times atmospheric levels. However, pressure alone doesn't determine safety. Engineering, material strength, and structural integrity are the defining factors. The Titan's hull, made partly of carbon fiber, was unconventional for deep-sea submersibles, which are traditionally constructed from more pressure-resistant materials like titanium or steel. Over repeated dives, microscopic stress fractures may have formed, weakening the vessel until it reached a critical failure point. History has seen deep-sea accidents before, but few have been as instantly fatal. In 1963, the USS Thresher, a nuclear submarine, suffered a similar implosion at around 2,500 meters due to a mechanical failure. In 1973, the Pisces 3 submersible nearly claimed the lives of its 2 occupants after it became stranded on the seafloor, but they were rescued in a dramatic last-minute effort. Unlike these past incidents, where warning signs or rescue attempts were possible, the Titan's implosion left no room for intervention. It was a stark reminder of the deep ocean's merciless nature, where the line between exploration and catastrophe is thinner than most realize. Before the disaster, the Titan had made multiple journeys to the Titanic wreck, offering a rare, personal look at the decaying remains of the most famous shipwreck in history. The submersible's design allowed it to get close to sections of the ship rarely seen in high resolution, capturing footage and providing researchers, historians, and wealthy tourists an intimate encounter with history. Some of these dives revealed new details about the wreck's ongoing deterioration, such as the collapse of the captain's bathtub, a once iconic image in Titanic lore. The harsh environment at nearly 4,000 meters below the surface ensures that the ship continues to erode, with metal-eating bacteria accelerating its disintegration. Titan's earlier missions contributed to our understanding of how rapidly the wreck is vanishing, reinforcing the idea that in a few more decades, much of it could be lost to the ocean. When search teams finally located the wreckage of the Titan, the scattered remains told a grim but scientifically revealing story. The discovery of large debris fields, including parts of the pressure hull, was a definitive sign that the vessel had imploded rather than suffered a more gradual failure. If there had been a slow leak or a mechanical breakdown, wreckage might have been found more intact. Instead, the violent and near-instantaneous collapse of the submersible structure left only fragmented remains, with crucial components lying far apart on the seafloor. This pattern matched what engineers and deep-sea experts expected from a catastrophic pressure failure. The fact that pieces of the hull were deformed and shattered rather than merely cracked confirmed that the external force had overwhelmed the vessel in an instant. One of the biggest questions following the disaster was whether the Titan had been fundamentally flawed in its design. Unlike most deep-diving submersibles, which rely on proven materials like steel and titanium, the Titan used a carbon fiber composite for its pressure vessel. While carbon fiber is strong and lightweight, it does not behave like metal under immense pressure. Repeated dives could have introduced microscopic stress fractures, weakening the structure in ways that were difficult to detect. The wreckage offered a sobering lesson about the unpredictability of experimental engineering when lives are at stake. Every component of a deep-sea vessel must withstand pressures beyond human comprehension, and the Titan's failure suggested that its material choices were not as resilient as initially believed. Aside from the technological and structural questions, Titan's previous dives had also gathered environmental data. The Titanic site is not just a historical artifact, but an ecosystem. Strange deep-sea organisms thrive in its darkness, feeding off iron deposits and organic material left behind by the ship's remnants. Some of these creatures, such as rust-eating bacteria, continue to shape the fate of the wreck. The Titan's earlier missions contributed to the ongoing study of life in one of Earth's most extreme environments, offering insights into how nature reclaims even the largest human-made structures given enough time. Beyond the wreck itself, the disaster underscored the inherent dangers of private, unregulated deep-sea exploration. Unlike government-backed submersible programs, which adhere to strict safety and testing protocols, private ventures sometimes push boundaries without the same level of oversight. The Titan's missions were marketed as cutting-edge yet carried risks that were not fully transparent to the public or even some of its passengers. The tragedy highlighted the fine line between innovation and recklessness in extreme environments. While private ventures can drive new discoveries, they also carry the responsibility of ensuring that safety is never compromised in pursuit of exploration. The Titan's implosion was a harsh reminder that in the deep ocean, failure is rarely forgiving, and every decision matters when survival depends on the integrity of a few inches of protective material. The Titan was unlike most deep-sea submersibles, both in its design philosophy and the materials used in its construction. While traditional deep-diving vessels rely on metal pressure hulls made from titanium or steel, materials with well-documented behavior under extreme pressures, Titan's hull was primarily constructed from carbon fiber composite, a choice that set it apart from industry norms. Carbon fiber is lightweight and strong in many applications, but it behaves differently under deep-sea pressures. Unlike metal, which deforms predictably under stress, carbon fiber can develop microscopic fractures over time, weakening its structural integrity in ways that are difficult to detect until failure occurs. OceanGate, the company behind Titan, believed this innovative design would allow for greater maneuverability and a more cost-effective approach to deep-sea exploration. But in the end, that very choice may have sealed its fate. Certified deep-sea submersibles, such as those used by research institutions and government agencies, go through rigorous testing and follow strict engineering principles. These vessels are typically spherical in shape, a design that distributes external pressure evenly and reduces weak points. The Titan, however, used a cylindrical design with hemispherical titanium end caps, introducing additional stress points where materials of different compositions met. Unlike its certified counterparts, the Titan was not subject to formal safety verification from recognized deep-sea regulatory bodies. OceanGate's CEO argued that industry standards stifled innovation, but those same standards exist precisely because the deep ocean is one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. Every certified submersible that operates at extreme depths undergoes pressure testing in controlled conditions before being cleared for use. The Titan's reliance on an experimental design meant it was operating outside of those established safety measures. One of the key flaws in Titan's construction was its carbon fiber hull's susceptibility to fatigue. Each dive to Titanic's depth placed immense stress on the material, gradually weakening it over time. Unlike metal, which can be inspected for microscopic fractures using established techniques, carbon fiber damage can be far more difficult to detect. Some engineers warned that repeated deep dives without thorough testing could lead to a catastrophic failure, and tragically, those warnings proved to be correct. Over time, undetectable structural weaknesses likely accumulated until, on that final dive, the hull reached its breaking point and collapsed in milliseconds. Titan did have safety systems in place, but they were largely ineffective in preventing the disaster. Unlike military or research submersibles, which often have emergency ballast systems that allow for rapid surfacing in case of trouble. Titan relied on manual procedures that required a functioning vessel to execute. In the event of a catastrophic failure, no escape or backup system would have been able to save the crew. The vessel's communication system was also unconventional, using text-based messages instead of a standard underwater telephone system, meaning any warning signs of structural failure could not have been relayed in real time. When contact was lost, there was no way for those on the surface to determine what had happened, further complicating rescue efforts. The lack of industry-standard certification was a deliberate decision by OceanGate, which positioned Titan as a trailblazing vessel that pushed the limits of deep-sea exploration. Certification from organizations like the American Bureau of Shipping, ABS, or DNV, Det Norsk Veritas, would have required extensive testing, redesigns, and verification procedures, all of which take time and money. OceanGate instead chose to bypass those standards, arguing that real-world testing in the field was more valuable than theoretical safety assessments. This approach may have allowed for faster innovation, but it also introduced risks that conventional deep-sea vessels had worked for decades to eliminate. In the end, the Titan's failure was not just a technological issue. It was the result of prioritizing speed and ambition over the meticulous caution that extreme depth exploration demands. Deep-sea tourism has long been an area where curiosity meets danger. Before the Titan disaster, the idea of descending thousands of meters into the ocean was mostly reserved for scientists, military operations, and government-funded research missions. However, as technology advanced and interest in extreme adventure grew, a niche market for private deep-sea tourism emerged. The Titanic, as one of the most famous and tragic shipwrecks in history, naturally became a focal point for these ventures. Since its discovery in 1985 by Robert Ballard and his team, the wreck had been visited by remotely operated vehicles, manned submersibles, and deep-sea explorers who meticulously documented its condition. These missions were conducted under strict safety protocols, using tried and tested submersibles like the Russian Mir submersibles, the French Nautilus, and the American Alvin, all of which were designed for repeated deep dives and had proven reliability. OceanGate's approach to deep-sea tourism was different. Instead of using certified submersibles that had been tested over decades, the company sought to build something new, lighter, cheaper, and more commercially accessible. The Titan was marketed as an innovative leap forward, allowing paying customers, not just scientists, to reach the depths of the Titanic. This philosophy clashed with the more cautious methods used by traditional deep-sea explorers, who prioritized safety over commercial scalability. Unlike government-backed missions that operated under strict regulatory oversight, OceanGate's private model meant it was not bound by the same rigorous certification standards. The company believed that real-world testing could replace formal safety checks, a gamble that would ultimately have devastating consequences. Previous missions to the Titanic had been conducted with well-established submersibles, often backed by institutions with deep expertise in deep-sea exploration. In the 1990s and early 2000s, tourists had visited the wreck aboard submersibles like the Mir, which had successfully completed dozens of deep-sea expeditions. James Cameron, after directing Titanic, 1997, became one of the most prolific visitors to the site, using advanced submersibles to document the wreck and study its condition. Despite the immense risks of deep diving, these missions maintained an unblemished safety record, thanks to rigorous engineering, extensive testing, and adherence to established safety protocols. Public fascination with the Titanic played a significant role in turning the wreck into a commercial attraction. From the moment its remains were discovered, there was an almost irresistible pull. People wanted to see history with their own eyes. The wreck itself became a kind of sacred monument, a place where time had stopped in the cold darkness of the Atlantic. Documentaries, films, and exhibits fueled the desire to visit the site, turning what was once an academic pursuit into a business opportunity. Deep-sea tourism companies saw a market for wealthy adventurers willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a chance to glimpse the ship's decaying remains. But with that commercialization came a shift in priorities. What had once been about careful research and scientific exploration was now an industry where risk-taking became part of the appeal. Long before the Titan's final dive, experts had raised alarms about its unconventional design and lack of certification. Engineers, deep-sea specialists, And even former OceanGate employees had warned that the use of carbon fiber for a deep-diving submersible was a serious risk. Unlike titanium or steel, which had been extensively tested under extreme pressures, carbon fiber's long-term behavior in such conditions was not well understood. Critics pointed out that Titan's repeated deep dives could cause unseen damage to its hull, weakening it over time. In 2018, an OceanGate employee was fired after voicing concerns that the submersible had not undergone proper safety checks. Other members of the deep-sea exploration community were uneasy about the company's approach, but their warnings were largely dismissed. The disaster that followed was not a complete shock to those who understood the risks. It was, in many ways, a tragic confirmation of what some had feared all along. The Titan's expedition to the Titanic was meant to be another step in what OceanGate envisioned as the future of deep-sea tourism. The plan was simple in concept but complex in execution. Launch from a support vessel, descend nearly 4,000 meters to the wreck site, spend time exploring and documenting the remains of the legendary ship, then safely return to the surface. Those on board, whether researchers, adventurers, or paying tourists, were promised a front-row seat to history, a chance to witness something few had ever seen with their own eyes. OceanGate had conducted previous dives to the Titanic with the Titan, and while the submersible had successfully completed missions before, there were known technical issues, including previous communication failures and concerns about its hull integrity. Each dive carried an element of risk, but the company pushed forward, believing that real-world experience was more valuable than following traditional certification processes. Before the disaster, the Titan had completed a handful of dives to Titanic's depth, though not without difficulties. Some dives had to be cut short due to mechanical issues, and others had experienced problems with maintaining communication. Unlike submersibles used by research institutions, which undergo rigorous testing before every dive, Titan operated under a different philosophy: learn by doing. Each successful mission seemed to reinforce the belief that the vessel could withstand the crushing pressures of the deep, even as concerns grew among experts about its long-term durability. The day of the final dive, conditions on the surface were relatively stable, but deep-sea exploration is never just about what's happening above the water. Ocean currents at extreme depths can be unpredictable, and temperature layers in the ocean can affect a submersible's descent. Titan relied on its support vessel, the Polar Prince, a former Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker repurposed for OceanGate's expeditions. The Polar Prince played a critical role in deploying and monitoring the submersible, maintaining contact with the crew, and serving as a recovery platform for when Titan surfaced. The vessel's crew and mission control personnel on board were responsible for tracking the dive and ensuring everything went according to plan. In the final hours before communication was lost, everything seemed to be proceeding as expected. The Titan was launched, began its descent, and was in contact with the Polar Prince through text-based messages. The submersible was designed to take about 2.5 hours to reach the Titanic, and during the early phase of the dive, there were no immediate signs of trouble. But then, at around 1 hour and 45 minutes into the descent, all contact was suddenly lost. There were no distress signals, no warnings, just silence. At first, the team on the surface wasn't sure what had happened. Deep-sea communication failures weren't unheard of, and there was hope that the Titan would still resurface at the scheduled time. But as the hours passed with no sign of the submersible, it became clear that something had gone terribly wrong. The realization set in slowly, then all at once. The deep ocean is an unforgiving place, and if something catastrophic had occurred, there would be no second chances. The Titan disaster was unlike any other deep-sea accident in the way it captured global attention. From the moment news broke that the submersible had lost contact, the story spread rapidly across media outlets, social media, and news broadcasts. The world watched in real time as rescue teams scrambled to locate the missing vessel, counting down the estimated hours of oxygen left on board. It became a spectacle of both hope and dread, an unfolding mystery with the worst kind of stakes. The irony that the expedition was to the Titanic, another maritime tragedy that had gripped the world over a century earlier, only heightened public fascination. For days, speculation ran rampant. Had the Titan become trapped in the wreckage? Was there still a chance of survival? It wasn't until the discovery of debris on the ocean floor that the truth became clear. The sub had imploded, killing everyone on board instantly. For the families of the victims, the news was devastating. Some had held on to hope that their loved ones might be rescued, But the reality of an instantaneous, inescapable implosion left little room for comfort. Grief was mixed with frustration and anger, especially as more details emerged about the warnings that had been ignored before the fatal dive. Some families found solace in knowing that death would have been immediate, sparing their loved ones any prolonged suffering. Others struggled with the knowledge that this tragedy might have been preventable had more caution been taken. The loss of lives, including that of a father and his teenage son, a renowned Titanic expert, and individuals who had dedicated their lives to exploration, added to the heartbreak. Each passenger had boarded Titan with a sense of wonder and adventure, only to meet an end as swift as it was final. Criticism toward OceanGate and its CEO, Stockton Rush, was immediate and intense. Rush had long been vocal about his belief that regulations and traditional safety protocols hindered innovation. He dismissed concerns from engineers and industry experts, at one point even saying that safety standards were barriers to progress. But in the wake of the disaster, those same safety measures he had ignored were exactly what people pointed to as the reason for Titan's failure. It became clear that multiple warnings, both from within OceanGate and from external experts, had been brushed aside. Some saw Rush as a visionary who took one risk too many. Others saw him as reckless, someone who prioritized pushing boundaries over the well-being of those who trusted him. His death aboard the Titan was a tragic twist, making him both a victim of his own creation and a symbol of unchecked ambition. Public perception of deep-sea tourism changed almost overnight. What was once seen as an exclusive, awe-inspiring adventure now carried a darker, more dangerous edge. The Titan tragedy made people question whether extreme exploration, especially when privately funded and outside traditional regulatory frameworks, was worth the risks. The idea of venturing to the deep ocean, a place of crushing pressures and absolute darkness, suddenly seemed less like an exciting frontier and more like an unforgiving abyss where the smallest miscalculation could mean death. While some still held on to the dream of human exploration pushing new limits, there was a clear shift in how these endeavors were viewed. The disaster forced the industry to confront a harsh truth. Not all risks can be justified in the name of discovery. The aftermath of the Titan's implosion led to increased scrutiny of private submersible operations. Governments and regulatory agencies began discussions about whether more oversight was needed for deep-sea tourism ventures. Experts called for stricter safety standards and independent inspections to prevent another tragedy. While major research institutions and government-backed deep-sea programs had always operated under strict guidelines, private companies had often been left to regulate themselves. The Titan disaster proved that this approach had fatal consequences. Moving forward, the industry faced a reckoning, one that would determine whether deep-sea exploration could continue in a way that balanced both ambition and responsibility. The Titan disaster left a lasting impact not just on those directly affected, but on the entire field of deep-sea exploration. In the immediate aftermath, there were calls for stricter safety regulations to prevent anything like this from happening again. Experts had warned about the risks of operating outside traditional certification standards, and now those warnings could no longer be ignored. Governments and maritime organizations began reassessing the oversight of privately operated submersibles, pushing for clearer guidelines on deep-sea tourism. There was a renewed focus on ensuring that all vessels designed for extreme depths met rigorous testing standards before being allowed to operate. While deep-sea research submersibles had long followed strict safety protocols, the growing presence of commercial ventures meant that regulations had to evolve to keep pace with private industry. Legal consequences for OceanGate were inevitable, but complicated by the fact that its CEO, Stockton Rush, perished in the disaster. Without him to face direct accountability, attention turned to the company itself and whether it had knowingly ignored safety concerns. Lawsuits from victims' families were expected, but the broader legal impact extended beyond OceanGate. The incident raised questions about liability in extreme tourism. Who is responsible when people willingly take part in high-risk expeditions? Were the waivers passengers signed enough to absolve the company of negligence, or did the ignored warnings override that legal protection? These questions lingered as authorities investigated what had led to the submersible's failure. Titanic tourism, once a thriving niche industry, faced an uncertain future. For years, wealthy adventurers and historians had been willing to pay vast sums to visit the wreck, but the tragedy cast a shadow over these expeditions. OceanGate had been one of the few companies offering such dives, and with its collapse, the availability of commercial trips to the site dwindled. Research missions would likely continue, but with heightened scrutiny and more caution. The public fascination with the Titanic was unchanged. If anything, the disaster reinforced how haunting and unforgiving the wreck site truly was. But the idea of visiting it in a privately owned experimental submersible no longer seemed as thrilling as it once had. The scientific and engineering communities took away harsh but necessary lessons. The Titan's failure became a case study in the risks of unproven materials and the dangers of bypassing traditional safety protocols. Carbon fiber, once seen as a promising lightweight alternative to traditional submaterials, was now viewed with extreme caution for deep-sea applications. Engineers were forced to confront the reality that innovation, no matter how exciting, could not come at the cost of safety. The tragedy reinforced the importance of incremental testing, peer-reviewed design, and external oversight, principles that had been foundational in aerospace, deep-sea research, and other high-risk fields for decades. For private companies looking to venture into deep-sea exploration, the disaster was both a warning and a turning point. It showed that while there is a market for extreme tourism, there is also a limit to how much risk the public will accept. Investors and entrepreneurs in the field had to rethink their approach, knowing that public confidence had been shaken. Some companies doubled down on safety, ensuring that future designs adhered to industry standards. Others reconsidered whether deep-sea tourism was worth the liability at all. The Titan disaster didn't end private exploration of the deep ocean, but it forced a reckoning. It made clear that the ocean is not a place for cutting corners or learning from trial and error. It is an environment where failure is unforgiving and mistakes are permanent. The passengers aboard the Titan were not just thrill seekers. They were individuals with unique backgrounds, drawn together by a shared fascination with the deep. Stockton Rush, OceanGate's CEO and the pilot of the sub, had built his career on pushing the boundaries of exploration, though his willingness to dismiss safety protocols would ultimately be his downfall. Hamish Harding, a British billionaire and adventurer, had already made history traveling to space and the deepest points of the ocean. He was no stranger to extreme expeditions. Paul-Henri Nargeolet, a French Titanic expert with decades of experience exploring the wreck, was the most qualified person aboard when it came to deep-sea knowledge. Then there was Shahzada Dawood, a Pakistani businessman, and his 19-year-old son, Suleiman. Shahzada had a passion for exploration, while Suleiman, despite his father's excitement, had reportedly been nervous about the trip. Each of them had boarded the sub with a sense of wonder and excitement, never realizing that this journey would be their last. OceanGate's business model was built on the idea of making deep-sea exploration more accessible, but in doing so, it introduced risks that traditional submersible programs avoided. The company bypassed industry standard certification, arguing that regulatory bodies stifled innovation. Instead of using time-tested designs and materials, they opted for a carbon fiber hull, an experimental choice that had raised red flags among experts. OceanGate positioned itself as a pioneer, offering an experience that was part adventure, part science. But in the end, the rush to make history overtook the necessary caution, and the passengers unknowingly paid the price. Social media played a massive role in shaping how the world responded to the disaster. The unfolding search and rescue efforts became a spectacle, with people tracking updates in real time. Some showed genuine concern, anxiously hoping for a miracle, while others turned it into a grim form of entertainment, making jokes and memes about the passengers' fate. The contrast was jarring. One moment, posts reflected the desperate hope of a rescue, and the next, they mocked the wealthy adventurers who had paid to be there. As the details emerged and it became clear that the sub had imploded almost instantly, the tone shifted. There was outrage at OceanGate's negligence, sympathy for the victims, and a renewed respect for the unforgiving nature of the deep ocean. Like any high-profile disaster, the Titan's loss spawned conspiracy theories and misinformation. Some claimed the disappearance was a hoax, suggesting the passengers had faked their deaths. Others speculated that an external force, an underwater explosion, military interference, or even unknown sea creatures, was responsible. In reality, the implosion was the result of physics, not sabotage or mystery. But in an age where speculation spreads faster than facts, these theories gained traction online, feeding into the public's fascination with the unknown. In many ways, the Titan disaster mirrored the Titanic tragedy itself, a mix of human ambition, technological overconfidence, and a failure to heed warnings. The Titanic was billed as unsinkable despite concerns about its design, just as OceanGate insisted Titan was safe despite expert objections. Both voyages ended in disaster, both drew the world's attention, and both became cautionary tales about the limits of human engineering against the forces of nature. The difference was that while the Titanic's passengers had time to grasp their fate, those aboard the Titan never even knew what hit them. One moment, they were descending toward history. The next, they were part of it. The ocean is vast, deep, and unforgiving, but that has never stopped humans from trying to conquer it. From the silent, icy depths beneath the Arctic to the crushing void of the Mariana Trench, these expeditions have revealed new frontiers, tested human endurance, and at times, reminded us just how small we really are. Some of these journeys ended in triumph, others in tragedy, but each one brought us closer to understanding the world beneath the waves. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, consider to like and subscribe. It helps Quiet Universe keep exploring the unknown. Until next time, stay curious, stay questioning, and maybe think twice before boarding a submersible to the Titanic.